Hello, hello! And I see the timer's going crazy. Let me fix that. Let me fix that real quick. Oh, and hi, Aiden! Hi! Totally not me worrying about whether or not you're gonna show up because you haven't popped in until, like, just now. How are you doing, bud? And thank you for the happy anniversary. Honestly, I am very surprised that it is today. I thought it already happened, TBH, but I guess not. I guess it hasn't happened already. Let me... Okay, let's give this a test. Make sure that this fixes the thing. Starting the timer for 10 seconds. And 1 and 0 and... Okay! It's functional. It's working again. Yeah, for some reason there's a bug where if I set multiple timers at once or if I use the command multiple times, it just keeps counting down. Don't know why it does that. I really don't know why. I swear I have a unit test to check for that, and yet it's not catching it, and I don't know what's happening. And you know, we always lurk till you start talking. Listen, not always. Sometimes you pop in before I say hi. You do it with Pikachu? Okay, you know what? Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. You'll just be chilling in stream, basically, for the moment you get the notif until you start talking, then you appear in chat. Okay, you know what? I gotta keep that in mind, I suppose. I guess I just have to keep that in mind. I just have to remember. I just have to remember what the lion turtle said to Aang in, like, the second to last episode of The Last Airbender, where he said, like, "Wait here, he will come," or something. I don't know why I'm so Avatar pilled at the moment. It's because it got released. Or it's because it got announced. But hey. That's there though. Sometimes you do talk before you actually... Okay. Like 9 times out of 10 you hear right from the get-go. I mean, yeah, I think I just remember the other 1 out of 10 times. You know? But yeah! Affiliate anniversary today. Jeez, oh Pete's! I did not know that it was today, which is crazy. Normally I would do, like, Kingdom Hearts or something, but, like, I really just want to do this! I have so much fun reading this that I gotta do it, you know? I gotta. I really just gotta do it. That's so you. You always remember the 1 out of 10 times as well. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's like... It's not recency bias, it's... I mean, negativity bias would be something else entirely, because, I mean, it's definitely not negativity bias. Maybe first time bias? I don't know. I feel like you did it the first few times, and then it's more recently that you're doing it like how you do it like the 9 out of 10 times, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's definitely not negativity bias, because I guess I always love it when you show up. Especially today, because, well, I mean, not only do we have Mochi Storytime, but I have a feeling we're going to be getting to a part where the plot's going to pick up even more. Actually, let me read up ahead a little bit to see where we're heading. Da, 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 da. I imagine we're gonna get to a point where something is gonna happen. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna possibly see that one part. That's good. Okay, it might be a little while. Okay, you know what? I need to, like, not stall. It's been 11 minutes. I need to not stall. So, we're gonna not stall. Oh, and also, apparently someone just pinged me in Archipelago, so I'm gonna have to do that too. But, hey. You always love being here also. Hey! TBH, other than the Baldur's Gate 3 streams because they're so late, you don't think you've missed a stream of yours in quite a long time. Really? Come to think of it, you do seem to be here quite a bit, which, honestly, I'm all for. You were even here for the Xenoblade stream yesterday, which I do need to do more of because, with Xenoblade Chronicles X coming out in the near future, which, by the way, I'd recommend you pick up because it's such a good game, but then again, I don't know. I don't know if you like open world games like I do, but it's so good, man. I love it. But that's not why we're here at the moment. That's not why we're here. You know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. I'll tell you what time it is. Well, I mean, you already know what time it is. I know what time it is. Okay, that's the out of character indicator, which I'm going to do a test for it to make sure the keybind still works, and it does. Okay. And looky here. It's, what the heck is that thing? I don't know. Do that. Set up the ambiance again. Fireplace time. Yeah, who doesn't love fireplaces? You know what? I wonder if it would also be helpful if I put in, like, maybe a chapter thing. You know what? Maybe I will implement, like, some sort. Maybe I will put in, like, a chapter thing. Hold on a sec, y'all. I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add a. I'm gonna add, like, a, chapter indicator here. I will set it to 36 point. Actually, it'd be best if I just copied this source. If I copy this source, paste a duplicate, and let's also change the color a bit. Maybe make it more gray so it's a little bit more subdued. Oh wait, no, that's too subdued. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, and rename this to chapter. Oh, the name's already in use. Well, then I'll remove the thing that's already using it. Ah. And now I'm just gonna move this into the Storytime group. And I'm gonna put this here. And I think that might be good. Maybe a little bit. It's a little bit. There we go. Ready for action. Ah. Yeah, so this is just like me, not really properly preparing. But hey, we have a DBZ! We have a DBZ summary here. Last time on May's Crush Final Frontier, our heroes devise a plan to infiltrate the enemy hideout with the help of the non-evil Frontier Brain, Annabelle. They get into a big confrontation with the other two Frontier Brains and manage to destroy Team Rocket's base and at least for the moment put a stop to their plans. Wait, okay, I think we're jumping the gun here a little bit, but the bigger picture remains to be seen. Why are the Frontier Brains working with Team Rocket? Why do they need the gems? And why destroy the transfer machine? Find out next time on May's Crush Final Frontier. Yeah, that'll work. That works. Okay, yep, so it is now chapter 17, Food Flight. Hold on, I had to bring up all the sticky notes again, and for some reason, it still just takes me to the bottom of the page, so I have to scroll all the way back up. Hey, you think you covered everything? I think you did as well, more or less. Okay, here we go. May's Crush, Final Frontier, Chapter 17, Food Flight. Brock finally took his seat after the rest of the rather large party had sat down. Ash and May sat next to each other at the round table in the Pokemon Center's cafeteria. Annabelle sat across from Ash, next to Greta. Cindy sat on May's other side, where Brock took his seat. Celio sat between Greta and Brock, and forced himself to only look at the food on his plate. So how's everyone doing this fine evening? Brock asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over the table. Ash smiled as he patted May on the back. The coordinator growled slightly around Ash to the Frontier Brain he sat next to. Annabelle laughed nervously, scooting away from the Pokemon trainer. I'm doing much better, Celio volunteered. I mean, that cell wasn't comfortable at all. And you have Greta to thank for that, Cindy muttered, swirling her noodles around her fork. Greta took in a deep breath and sighed. She's right. The arena tycoon turned to Celio. I'm sorry that happened to you. I never meant to hurt anyone. That's fine, Celio said, blushing at the attention. But what was this entire thing about? Brock furrowed his eyebrows. That is rather puzzling. Annabelle turned to her. Greta, could you tell us what all this was about? Greta looked into Annabelle's eyes and swallowed. Okay, I'll tell you what I know, she said. Scott has a friend that he only tells us is a benefactor for the Battle Frontier. Scott is apparently indebted to this guy pretty hard, so he sort of leased out the Frontier Brains to help his pal with some work that he had. Team Rocket? Ash asked. This guy Scott knows us with Team Rocket? Greta shrugged. I guess. All I know is that they were looking for something on the island. What were they looking for? Celio asked, wiping his glasses off his shirt. Hold on a second, Greta shot back. I like to know a few things myself, she said. Y'all came in like you knew exactly what to do. What was that about? Annabelle laughed. After Ash and the rest of us realized that you all hadn't intended for them to return, we knew that we'd better play this one smart. Everyone knew about my power to control, so we decided to use that knowledge to our advantage and trick the rest of the Rockets and take them by surprise. The rest was pretty much winging it, Brock added. Since none of us had ever been inside that building before, we had no real plan other than to take out the leaders. A drop of sweat ran down Greta's face. So, I lost to a bunch of kids with no plan? Pretty much, Smile said, smiling insultingly in Greta's direction. The girl held Happiny in her lap, and the Pokemon laughed too. Everything was unscripted, Annabelle said, patting Greta on the back in comfort. You're just not good at not as good at improvisation as these trainers are. Oh, I forgot that I need to really switch things. It's really hard to queue up. It's really hard to queue up music, okay? I'm sorry. Anyway. May stood up and slammed her open palms on the table. You're silly good at improv, though, she shouted at Annabelle. Everyone looked at May with looks of confusion on their faces. What? Annabelle said, as deadpan as possible. You kissed my boyfriend! May slammed the table again, causing Happiny to cry. You think I'm just gonna let it drop? You've got another thing coming! As Cindy coddled her baby Pokemon, Annabelle stood up. Excuse me? I didn't try to keep us from blowing our cover! Brock, for his part, tried to disarm the situation. Didn't Cindy already blow our cover by this point? Cindy yanked on Brock's ear. You don't have to remind everyone, you know, she said, annoyed. Greta stood up behind Annabelle, saying, Oish, it's not her fault. I practically forced her to kiss that twerp. May, however, kept her focus on Annabelle. You shouldn't have done that! You know that Ash and I are together! Well, I might know it, Annabelle fired back, but I don't have to like it. You, May growled. You're unbelievable! I thought we had this settled! So did I! Annabelle said, further raising her voice. You just keep bringing it back up! It was settled before you came back here and you kissed Ash! Oish, I forced her to! It's not Annabelle's fault! Greta, again, tried to defend Annabelle. It's her fault for doing it anyway, Cindy huffed after recalling her crying Happiny into her Pokeball. Brock looked over beside me. Guys? It's not right to go kissing other people's boyfriends! It was for our safety! You knew I blew her cover before that! I made her do it! Be angry with me! Oish! She's the one who did it! Guys! Brock shouted over all of them, causing the group and the rest of the Pokemon Center cafeteria to become quiet. All of them looked wide-eyed at Brock, except for Celio, who had no part in the argument and continued sipping on his tea quietly. May blinked. What is it, Brock? Ash has already left the table, he said, pointing at the empty seat and the full plate between the coordinator and the brain. Silence filled the air as everyone realized they had scared Ash off with their arguing. So I hope I wasn't peeking the mic too bad there. That was a lot more intense than I remembered this being. And you think you covered it? Oh wait, you didn't actually say anything. Gosh dang it! It looked like it. Why does that look like a new comment? Okay, now there's a new comment. No, it sounded all good to you. Okay, good. So no peeking, no echoes. Hopefully. Yes, I do know I have an issue with room echo. I think I need to dampen the sound around here a little bit, because I tend to not speak into the mic all the time. I try to train myself to speak into the mic, but it doesn't always happen. So sometimes you get stuff like this, or like this, or like this, or something. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just sounds off. But yeah, so Ash is not there anymore. Hey, I'm starting to realize why this chapter is called Food Flight. Fancy that. Ash and Pikachu walked through the woods on 2 Island towards Doris's house. He wanted to get away from all the fighting for a moment. Pikachu, his loyal partner said from his shoulder. I know I should have just slipped out, Pikachu, Ash sighed. I just don't want to be around May and the others while they're just gonna fight, especially after everything that's happened today. Pikachu, he nodded. Ash sat next to a tree near the edge of a cliff overlooking the ocean. The moon was overhead and reflected on the calm waters. Flying Pokemon were sleeping in the trees in the forest, with the exception of the occasional hoot-hoot or Noctowl. It's been a crazy day, huh, buddy? He asked the Pokemon as he moved from his shoulder to his lap. Ash rubbed Pikachu behind the ears as he spoke. It's actually been a crazy couple of days, right? We came to the Sevii Islands to battle Scott's new frontier brain, but all that seems to have happened to us is finding the brains committing crimes. Pikachu, he cooed. I remember all my battles with them, Pikachu, he said, closing his eyes. Nolan and Articuno, Greta and her fighting Pokemon, Tucker and his fire and water combination, Pike Queen Lucy, where you defeated her Milotic, Spencer and his Venusaur, when Sceptile lost the ability to use his attacks, And our first encounter with Annabelle. Ethan looked down at his partner. Do you really think she liked me when we first met? Pikachu shrugged, then spoke as if to say, I have no idea. But she does now, and worst of all, May knows it too. I guess that's the toughest part right now, Ash said. Annabelle likes me a lot, so as long as we're hanging out with her, May's gonna keep getting mad and jealous. But then, Ash had an idea. That's it! I got it! Pikachu cocked his head to the side in confusion. Come on, buddy. Ash put the Pokemon on his shoulder. Let's go find May. Cha! The Pokemon sighed. He hoped Ash knew what he was doing. Oh boy. An unspoken plan guarantee. I hope this is a good thing happening. Also, you feel that. Your mic is usually off to the side when you're recording, so that occasionally happens to you as well. Gotcha. It also doesn't help that my boom arm is like a vertical one. So like it hangs overhead. As opposed to like underhead, kind of. I might want another boom arm. I don't know. This one's not the best, but it was the one that was included with the Yeti microphone that I have. I mean, it does its job, but it's just a little, finicky. It doesn't exactly stay up all the way, so sometimes I have to adjust it. May sat in the lobby of the Pokemon Center, waiting for Ash to return. She held her Eevee in her lap to ease her worry, stroking the Pokemon's soft fur. It's not that she was overly worried. After all, he had gone training alone the night before. This was no different. Well, something was making this time different. She looked up at the difference from across the room, and quickly diverted her eyes again. She saw the brain looking up at her from her Espeon. They hadn't spoken at all since Brock pointed out that Ash had left. The breeder was feeding the rest of the Pokemon and showing off his first Pokemon to Sydney. Neither of them was ready to apologize yet. Celio stepped into the room and coughed, but he was ignored. He approached Annabelle and asked her where Greta had gone. She's using the phone or something, Annabelle huffed. Celio realized he wasn't wanted around, so he made his exit. Why are you waiting here? May finally said. I'm waiting for Ash to come back. He's my boyfriend. Well, I'm waiting so I can apologize for carrying on that loud argument that you started, Annabelle defended herself. Her Espeon huffed back at May. You know what, then? May sighed. Just forget it. I'll wait in our room for Ash to come back. Apologize all you want. She took her Eevee and began walking down the hall away from Annabelle. I'm not gonna let you pull me into another argument so that Ash gets upset when he comes back. Oh, so it's my fault! Annabelle glared at the girl's back. May ignored her and walked on. She was as tired of fighting as Ash was, although she didn't know it. She would be sure to apologize alone to Ash once Annabelle had left him alone. May walked into the Pokemon Center's bedroom to find Brock nursing Bonsly with a bottle and showing Cindy the proper technique for feeding baby Pokemon. Hey guys, she sighed as she slipped onto her bed. Brock raised an eyebrow. Hey May, weren't you waiting for Ash? Annabelle wanted to wait for him, so I'm just gonna let her, she sighed again. She fell down onto her back and held Eevee on her stomach. May, you're not gonna just give up, are you? Cindy turned to her, taking the bottle from Happy's mouth, causing the baby to reach. There's no fight, May said. Ash loves me, and he'd never dump me for Annabelle. I'm just gonna let her find out for herself. She played with the fluffy fur around Eevee's neck. It's forlorn. Hey, Brock whispered. I just wanted to spend alone time with Ash, you know? She sniffed. I didn't want this entire Frontier Brain thing to happen. I just wanted to have fun. To forget the Battle Frontier, forget our goals for a while. Just take a vacation. Even though they couldn't see her face as it was away from them, May knew they could tell she was crying. Cheer up, May, Brock tried. Greta said that there's a Pokemon contest on 4 Island. I'm sure appealing in front of a crowd and having fun in the contest battles. It was quickly becoming apparent that May just was not interested. Cindy sighed. I guess we just hope that Ash can cheer her up. Happy reluctantly agreed. Oh, you don't even have a boom arm. Your mic sits on your desk. Oh! Honestly, that might actually work a little bit better than a boom arm, to be honest. If you got a Yeti Blackout, great mic, but you don't get me wrong yet. Yeah, Yeti microphones are good. They are good. Like, I'm using one right now, in fact. Had this one for about close to 3 years, actually. And it's still working great. After Annabelle sat alone for a few moments, the doors to the Pokemon Center opened up, and a slightly dusty Ash Ketchum stumbled inside. Pikachu still on his shoulder. Man, the palate trainer wheezed. I didn't think we'd get that lost. Pikachu, he nodded. Annabelle stood up, dumping Espeon onto the floor. Ash! He blinked. Oh, hey Annabelle. Espeon's looking a lot better from that smoke she breathed in earlier, huh? Annabelle looked back over to her Pokemon. Oh yes, she's doing much better now. Ash, Hey, he interrupted her. Have you seen May? I gotta talk to her. Yes, I have, but I need to tell you something, Ash, Annabelle said, stepping in front of him. That you like me? I already know that. It told me that a few days ago, and Pikachu told me too. Blushing, startled, but not stumped, Annabelle continued. No, I wanted to apologize for driving you off with that argument that May and I had. What fight? The one we were having at dinner? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy eating. Annabelle, her furrowed her brow. Look, I wanted to apologize, okay? I'm sorry for fighting with May. Why are you apologizing to me? He kept chuckling. Sounds like you need to go apologize to May. And since you know where she went, you must know where she is. Annabelle rolled her eyes. Well, whatever. I said what I wanted to. May's chilling out in the room with Brock and Cindy, I think. He smiled dumbly before heading around the corner. Okay, thanks a lot, Annabelle. Annabelle squinted at him. Very shrewd, Ash Ketchum. You can't fool me. I know that you ran off to get away from the fighting, and I know you're up to something too. Hey, May! Ash said, with a smile, entering the room. Pikachu flashed a comparable smile to their favorite coordinator. May sat up, rubbed her eyes clear, and held Eevee in her lap. Hey, Ash, she said weakly. Where did you go? After eating all that food, Pikachu and I needed some fresh air. But Ash, Cindy started. Brock put a hand on her shoulder and discreetly shook his head. So, how was that fresh air? May asked. It was good, he said, plunking down on the bed next to her, causing the girl to bounce. Hey, guys. He looked to Brock and Cindy, staring at him. Can I talk to May alone? Brock stood up, taking a disagreeing Cindy by the arm. Sure, Ash. Despite her protests, he led her out of the room, and before long, he shut the door, and Ash fell backwards and let his stomach growl. Pikachu also rolled off his shoulder, weak from hunger. But now that they were alone, they're ready to talk. She ran her hands through his oily, tangled hair. You should have eaten. I know, he said. But I couldn't focus on eating with everyone fighting like that. I'm surprised that you let something distract you from food, Ash, she said with a smile, letting her cheeks flush. I guess even I'm a bit surprised, he laughed at himself. I could just stand the thought of my friends all fighting each other. So, Annabelle's your friend, huh? May took her hands away from him and placed them in her lap. Well, yeah. So is just about everyone else we've met on our journey. There's a special place in my heart for my very best friends, and an even better one for you and Pikachu. I'm glad, she said, letting her head fall into Ash's stomach. He coughed and groaned, causing the coordinator to jump. Oh, Ash, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, he laughed, holding his stomach in pain. I'm the one who didn't eat. Pikachu let out a similar groan. Well, why not go to the cafeteria and get something to eat? She asked. Because I want to ask you something, he said, sitting up. Ash locked his auburn eyes on May's sapphire beauties. May, I think we should leave tonight. May blinked. What? What do you mean? Shouldn't we be discussing this with Brock and Cindy? Ash shook his head. No, we need to leave tonight. Alone. May flushed deep red. Really? Us? Alone together? Ash smiled. I thought you'd like it, he said. I thought the best way to get you all to stop fighting would be to get you away from everyone else. May threw her arms around the pallet town trainer. Oh, Ash, that's all I've wanted from the beginning! Ash felt himself blush. Well, I didn't know that. He smiled, chuckling to himself. May broke the embrace and stuck her tongue out at him. You're so cute when you don't know things, you know, Ashy. He grinned back. We better leave during the night, though. Brock will try to stop us, and I don't want anyone following us, okay? May grinned before she pecked him on the cheek. My lips are sealed. Come on now. She took him by the hand. Let's fill that belly up. We're gonna have a long night. Roundhouse kick me! Come on, Orville! Don't roundhouse kick me! Come on! Bro! And yeah, you can't fool a psychic trainer, Ash. Come on now, you should know better than that by now. I mean, true, but it doesn't mean he can't try. Well, actually, wait, no.
Boo! You stink!
Okay, no. Okay, so here's his thought process. He probably thought, okay, she can't read my mind if I don't use it, right? So he just tried to not use it. But Ash is not good at using his mind when he wants to not use his mind, so he used his mind. Am I... You know what, just ignore me, I'm being stupid. I'm just being stupid. Ignore me. I mean, that's fair, but that's still not how psychics work. ESP is a fictional concept. It's not an exact science even in this universe. Right. Are you really splitting hairs over the mechanics of psychic powers which don't even really have consistent behaviors in the first place? That's right. Who the F is this guy? Actually, wait. Actually, wait. So, okay, language warning. There is going to be a language warning here. Okay, so, language warning. So it's like, okay, so, you're complaining about, complaining about the author's details about how Ash should know how about psychic powers work when psychic powers are themselves a fictional concept and don't even behave consistently in the universe that we're talking about. That's right.
Who the f is this guy?
Sorry, I love Scott the Woz. I love Scott the Woz. All right. Okay, I'm stalling. Let's get back to the cartoon. Oh, and thank you, VL, for the happy affiliate anniversary. Hi. Actually, you know what? I can give y'all shout-outs. And also, what the heck? I thought I disabled that. Okay, yeah, you know what? I really need to figure out how to get OBS to actually save the settings that I put. And of course, BL, of course. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm celebrating my affiliate anniversary with Mochi Storytime. Am I reading a fanfic tonight? Yes, I am. It's called May's Crush Final Frontier, and it's the 17th chapter out of, I guess, technically 42? 41? 42? Six of which I've written, because I ended up finishing it, but, you know, we're not there yet. Oh, but we are getting there, though. So, who does May crush on? Ash Ketchum, actually. Well, she crushed on 2 people, but, no, she and Ash are together, so, like, they're official at this point. This is the sequel. Who faces total annihilation? Oh, not that kind of crush. No, not that kind of crush. The warm and fuzzy kind, not the, ow, stop it, please. I can't take this much more kind, you know? You know? Not the Pyrrhic kind, where it's like, another such victory against the Romans and we are undone, kind of way. How typical of him to be crushed. Listen. Can't win them all, but he did end up winning in the end. You know? So he'll, you know, he ended up winning in the end. So, you know. Aiden, even you agree? Okay. Okay, hold up now. But yes, thank you for stopping by, VL. Yes, we are doing Mochi Storytime tonight. All it took for Ash to win in the end was a makeover. Yeah, like a change in art style, yes. They had to change the art style for him to win. That makes me sad. Honestly, it makes me sad. All right. Anyway. So, yeah, Ash and May are going to be sneaking. They're going to be sneaking out, it seems, alone. Oh boy. That's you know, that's a thing that happens, I guess. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly, Aiden. What could possibly go wrong? But who knows? Maybe it won't actually be that bad. Nurse Joy made sure that the ratio of people to beds in a room was 1-to-1, so May had no convenient excuse to snuggle up with Ash. While Annabelle smiled at that, it meant sharing a room with Greta and, much more to her distaste, Celio, whom she wasn't really keen to sharing a room with. She waited until about 2 in the morning. Oh boy, 2 a.m. And began sneaking out of the top bunk. Greta had the bottom, and Celia was an entirely different bed completely. She heard Greta mutter her name in her sleep, but thought nothing of it, and moved on. The salon maiden snuck out the door, but left it cracked so she could just as silently sneak in. The door across from the hall held Ash and the rest of his party, but as she snuck closer to the door, she heard some giggling from the lobby. Ash, we're so bad, you know that? The clanging of a soda can came out of a sheen. Coming out of a sheen rang through the hallway. I know, but it'll be really fun. Let's get a few more sodas before we head out. Pikachu! Okay, Pikachu, we'll get some candy bars too. Annabelle slinks silently down the hall. Poking her head around the corner, she saw Ash, May, and Pikachu all standing in front of the vending machines, gathering supplies for a trip. A trip to where? She asked herself. Stepping into her room as quietly as possible, she slipped into her shoes. Greta was drooling, but not snoring. Annabelle had forgotten how sound sleeper her friend was. Smiling to her for only a moment, Annabelle slid back out of the room to make sure not to lose Ash and May's trail. Luckily for her, the couple hadn't moved an inch, other than gathering more sodas and candy. After all, we know how long it takes to actually get vending machine items in Pokemon, am I right? You pretty much always have to do it one at a time. We'd better get some bottled water too, May said. We'll need to brush our teeth after eating all these sweets. Okay, Ash laughed, pressing the button for fresh water on the machine. So, we've got 5 lemonades, maybe again taking count, 6 soda pops, and a water for brushing teeth. What could they need all that stuff for? Annabelle questioned. Alright, and Pikachu's got like 8 candy bars, Ash added. We should be good until we get there. Where are they going? Annabelle fumed to herself. Ash picked up his pack and put the weighted item on. Looked around for a moment. What is it, Ash? May asked him. I feel like someone's watching us, he said. Annabelle gulped. Oh, this is so cool, May squealed. It's exciting sticking around, you know? Ash chuckled himself. Yeah, I guess so. You know. May then slid up to his side. Well, this intrigue is kind of attractive, if you know what I mean. She fluttered her eyelashes at Ash, causing him to blush back. Well, let's go. The longer we stay here, the more likely Brock wakes up from one of his dreams and finds us missing, he responded. No sense getting caught or anything. They left the Pokemon Center and headed down the road. Annabelle built up her courage quickly, and in and out the door following them. The Frontier Brain kept her distance, ducking behind buildings, the bazaar tents, and other objects on their way to the dock. I can't believe this boat is still here, May laughed. Yeah. I figured that the owner would have come for it by now. Well, maybe it was an abandoned boat, May said, shrugging. The couple sat down on the boat before Ash called out his Totodile. Big Jaw Pokemon was harnessed up and began treading water away from the port. Annabelle felt her own jaw drop, but remained silent as the couple left the island. She stepped back and blinked a few times, returned to the Pokemon Center, and went back to sleep. She knew that in the morning, everyone else would want to know where the young couple went, and Annabelle had held the only clue. Oh yeah, we also know how much Ash is gonna need. Yeah. Between the two, like the binary black hole that is Ash and May's stomach, they're gonna need a lot of food. I agree. I agree with that. Okay. All right, Chapter 18, Dividing Thy Hero. It was quite a bit after dawn when Cindy awoke from her slumber. It seemed that everyone wanted to have a longer sleep, even the usually energetic Ash. The girl curled back under the covers and clenched her eyes shut, trying to return to sleep in the quiet room. Happy! She heard her Pokemon chirping at the bedside. Cindy turned over and saw that Happy was tugging at Ash's covers across the room. The trainer was curled up under them, but Pikachu didn't seem to be visible from her current angle. Groaning, Cindy slipped out of bed and quietly picked up Happy. Shh, she whispered. Don't wake him up. I want to sleep some more. Happy! The Pokemon tugged at Ash's covers again. The baby Pokemon just wouldn't let him go as Cindy tugged on the Pokemon. Come on! Cindy grunted, pulling sharply on the BB again. Let it go! You're gonna wake him up! Happy! She chirped again, this time tugging sharply. Even more sharply. Cindy fell backwards with Happy in her arms. Ash's covers were pulled off and fell back onto the young girl. How great, she muttered. Look what you did. We're gonna get in trouble now. Happy! The Pokemon squirmed out of her trainer's arms under the blanket. She tossed the blanket off her head and glared at her Pokemon. The Pokemon pointed at Ash's bed. Her jaw dropped when she saw the pillows that were stuffed under it, giving the illusion of a person inside. Panicking, the girl slipped out of the room quietly and dashed down to the cafeteria. He's just gotta be there, she thought out loud. May groaned, chocolate coloring her lips. Maybe we should have gotten some food that was better for us, Ash groaned back. Pikachu, the electric type agreed. Totodile continued to pull the boat. The big jaw Pokemon had a lot of energy built up, and their nighttime cruise had almost brought them to a small island in the distance. Ash blinked, looking over the horizon. I wonder what that place is called. It took a folded map out of her green pack and flipped it open. Hey, she jumped. That looks like 4 Island! Ash blinked. 4 Island? Do any of these places have names that aren't numbers? May glanced over the map some more. Well, they seem like the island... Seems like the islands are named, but the towns just go in numerical order. That's weird, Ash sighed. I wonder what made them decide to name them after numbers. Oh, wait. We're going to 4 Island, right? Mater checked the map. Rock said there's a Pokemon contest on the island soon. Ash smiled. Well, I guess we can do that. Although I hope we can do something together instead of battling each other. May shrugged. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Alright, Totodile, Ash said, grinning. Let's head for that 4 Island! Totodile leapt from the water for a moment, dancing playfully before starting to pull them further towards the island. Yeah, they probably... Honestly, yeah, they're not feeling too well. They probably should have had, they probably should have chosen better food. Why didn't they choose better food, I wonder? I don't know. Maybe they could have just snuck into the cafeteria and stolen some things from the kitchen. I don't know. Actually, crimes. I don't. Ignore me. Ash, are you in there? Oh, wait. Hang on. Wrong song. Sorry, wrong song. Kind of getting ahead of myself here. Ash, are you in here? Cindy shouted at the empty cafeteria. Apparently, no one was eating in the entire center. Cindy ran back towards the room and began shouting, Hey! Brock! Ash is gone! Brock rubbed his eyes and sat up. What is it, Cindy? Ash is gone! She repeated herself. He's still not in bed, nor is he in the cafeteria eating! Brock looked over to May, who was still curled up under the covers. Well, May's still here, so he couldn't have gone far. Cindy furrowed her eyebrows, scrambled up the bunk, and yanked away May's covers. Sure enough, the Pokemon coordinator was nowhere to be seen. What? Brock's adrenaline pumped and forced him awake. Both Ash and May are missing? Cindy hopped down. Better go ask Aunt Joy if she knows where they are. Maybe they told her where they're going. Okay, now we're at the right one. Ash smiled. Here we are, 4 Island. He picked his tired water type up in his arms. You did awesome, Totodile. May smiled at him as well. Thank you so much, Totodile, she said. May gave Totodile a peck in the end of his nose, causing the water type to blush. Ash then recalled his Pokemon into his ball. I think we better take him to the Pokemon Center. He's gonna need plenty of rest and care. And after that, May said, smiling devilishly, let's go up to the town and see if we can find that contest hall. Maybe, Ash said, holding his stomach. I'm kinda hungry for some real food first. Well, we can also check out the local cuisine, she offered. That sounds really good. How does that sound to you, Pikachu? Pika! Pika! Pikachu smiled in agreement. May clasped her hands together. Great! Now let's take care of Totodile. Joy frowned. I'm sorry, Cindy, but I haven't seen him at all since last night when I tucked you in. Cindy flushed with embarrassment. She flushed from the embarrassment of her, the protectiveness from her aunt. Are there any cameras we could check or anyone on duty during the night? Brock asked. Well, Joy said, Chansey was on duty last night like every night. But you might have a hard time getting information from a Pokemon like that. Brock folded his arms. This isn't like them. They wouldn't just disappear like this. But they did. Annabelle stepped around the corner into the Pokemon Center's lobby. I saw them last night when they fled the island. You saw them and didn't stop them? Brock fumed in a way very uncharacteristic of himself. Where'd they go? Annabelle shrugged. I wish I knew. I woke up during the night and saw them sneaking off. I followed them down to the harbor where they took what looked like a small motorboat and had Ash's Totodile pull them out. Brock snapped his fingers. That must have been the boat Ash and May used to come to 2 Island in the first place. I don't know what could have possessed them to just up and leave, Annabelle said, but we should probably go looking for them. Why? Cindy asked. It was rude for them to just ditch us, but if they want to be alone, there's nothing we can do about it. Annabelle looked at Brock. How many frontier brains are there? She asked him. Brock raised an eyebrow. There's 8, right? The 7 Ash battled in Kanto, and this new guy Scott told them about before they came here. Oh, well, I've never heard of an 8th brain, Annabelle said, raising an eyebrow herself. I was just asking the question to make it plain that there are more frontier brains out there. At least 4 others. And this 8th frontier brain worries me. Ash and May could be in serious trouble if we don't find them fast. I'll ask the other Joys if they've seen Ash, May, or any other Pokemon. The Pokemon first volunteered. Great, Brock sighed with relief. Now we just gotta find out where they are. Please take good care of Totodile. Okay, Nurse Joy? Ash handed the pink-haired nurse the lure ball that he held. Joy smiled. I sure will, Ash. You can count on me. As the nurse turned back to her computer, May pulled Ash aside. Now we can go find someplace to eat. I'm starving now, too. Pikachu chuckled at the human trainers as Ash and May began heading into town. 4 Islands seemed like a resort city. The beach seemed crowded as Ash and May walked by. Maybe later, Ash told her. Don't you want to enter the Pokemon contest? I sure do. May said, clenching your fists. Let's go find that contest hall next. You got it. The couple turned away from the beach and headed into the larger parts of the city. In the middle was the city square, or in the middle of the city square, there was a round red building, decorated with bright ribbons. As Ash and May stepped closer, the ribbons seemed to be made of concrete and painted yellow as they encircled the building. Large glass double doors with red and white Pokeball insignias welcomed our heroes as they entered the contest hall. The hall itself seemed rather bare, however. No other trainers were present, nor any other Pokemon. A man with shoulder-length hair stood up from his papers. He was startled by the children's appearance and stood up. Welcome, youngsters, he said. Behind his bushy mustache and thick glasses. Are you all going to sign up for that Pokemon contest tomorrow? You bet, May smiled. May I have a sign-up sheet, please? You must not be familiar with the rules of the 4 Island contest, he snickered. Trainers have to enter as a pair, each using the same type of Pokemon. Other than that, we use the same rules that the Kanto region does, so you can use different Pokemon in the appeal and battle rounds. Ash smiled. I guess that means we'll both enter the contest on the same ticket. I guess we're lucky we don't have to battle again. May smiled as the man handed her a sheet. I'm glad we can team up this time, Ash. Together, we're undefeatable! But you heard what he said, Ash said as he stepped over to a desk to fill out the form. We have to use the same type of Pokemon. May tipped the pen tapped the pen on the desk. Tapped the pen against the desk. I have Blaziken, Munchlax, Eevee, Skitty, and Beautifly, she said. And I have Pikachu, Sceptile, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Muck, and Iphone. Well, we have a Fire Pokemon set and a normal Pokemon set, May noted. You'd have to use Cyndaquil with my Blaziken and Iphone with either Skitty, Eevee, or Munchlax. Well, we should use our Fire Pokemon in the battle round, Ash said. I think Iphone might need a bit more training before I put her in a major battle, but I'm sure we could appeal well. They marked down Blaziken and Cyndaquil as their entry on the paper. Now I just have to decide which of my normal type Pokemon I'm going to use. Well, it's been a while since Skitty's been in a contest, Ash said. I'm sure she'd like to have fun on a stage again. That's right. I'll let your Skitty alongside Iphone. Sounds good, Ash smiled. We'll have to put in some training later to make sure everyone's ready for the contest. After we eat, of course, May said, winking at him as she stood up and walked over to the man behind the counter. Of course, Ash chuckled. She handed him the paper. She handed the man the paper, and the couple left the contest hall in search of something to eat. Cindy! Brock! I've got something! Joy shouted to them. A large group of A large group of Brock, Cindy, Annabelle, Greta, and Celio all rushed into the Pokemon Center's lobby. What is it, Nurse Joy? Brock asked. Did you find Ash and May? My twin sister on 4 Island tells me that 2 trainers signed in earlier this morning and left a Totodile with her, Joy said. That must be Ash's Totodile. Brock brought his palm and fist together. Cindy blinked. That must mean Annabelle must have been telling the truth. Annabelle raised an eyebrow. You had doubt? Cindy turned away. Well, we all know how you feel about Ash, she said, clutching happily. I personally didn't think you were above lying to us for your personal gain. Annabelle grit her teeth. Chill out, Annie, Greta said, slapping the unsuspecting girl on the back. I knew you were right all along. Let's go catch up with them on 4 Island. I should probably get going home too, Celio said. I need to finish the network machine. At that, Greta stopped laughing and turned pale. The calibrations were about done. I should be able to connect to Kanto on their network in just a few days. Celia took one last look at the arena tycoon. I hope you'll look me up if you're ever on one island in the future, Miss... Greta, she gulped. Just Greta. No, miss. All right then, Greta, he said, smiling. I hope I see you again. After Celia left the Pokemon Center, Greta let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Greta? Annabelle asked, blinking. He's gonna need to do a bit more than fix the calibration to get that hunk of junk working, if you know what I mean. She laughed nervously. Annabelle's eyes narrowed at the comment. What did you do, Greta? I sort of ordered to kinda bust up this machine. Annabelle sighed. Oh, wonderful, she said. That poor nerd's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what you did. Well, Brock said, trying to get everyone together. That's all wonder under the bridge now. Let's get ferry to 4 Island and catch up with Ash and May. Okay, I gotta say, there's a lot of song switching in this chapter. Holy cow, why did I do this to myself? This looks like a nice restaurant, May said, as she and Ash stepped through the expensive doors. I hope they have some good food here, Ash said, disrupting the waiting people who were reading their newspapers. The couple stepped up to a small podium, where someone seemed to be taking reservations. Greetings, sir and madam, the squinty-eyed man said, looking over the podium at them. May I help you? Yeah, Ash said. Can I have a reservation for 2 people and a Pokemon? He asked, including May, Pikachu, and himself, when appropriate. I'm sorry, sir, said the man as he turned up his nose and back turn up his nose and I do not know what he meant. I do not know what he meant to write here. This typo is throwing me off. Anyway, I'm sorry, sir, said the man. We don't serve Pokemon in this establishment. He pointed to the Pokemon on Ash's shoulder. Ash raised an eyebrow. Well, why not? Pokemon need to eat too. This is a restaurant for people, sir, he said, indicating the door behind him. Clearly says on the glass next to the door that Pokemon aren't allowed. You shouldn't even be allowed to stand here. So you're not gonna serve us just because I have a Pokemon? Ash raised his voice to the man, causing Pikachu to jump from May to Ash. Ash, May tugged at his arm. Maybe you should calm down. Pikachu! The Pokemon in question lowered his ears. Of course we'll still serve you, the man behind the podium responded. You'll just need to stick that thing back in its ball. Pikachu is not a thing, and he hates going inside Pokeballs! Ash shouted, getting increasingly angry. That sounds like a problem with your discipline, not a problem with our establishment's policy, the man said, with a smirk. Ash, let's just go, they whispered. We can go find somewhere else. Pikachu, Pikachu added. Ash shot one more nasty look at the man before leading May out of the restaurant. I can't believe that! Ash huffed as he and May walked on the road looking for another restaurant. No Pokemon allowed? How does a place like that even stay open? Ash, don't you think you're blowing this a little out of proportion? May asked. I mean, it was just one Pikachu is my best friend, May. Ash sawed at her. I've never had someplace not letting him in with me. Besides, that movie theater in Pallet. You didn't really seem to have a problem leaving Pikachu behind for that one. Anyway. I've never had someplace not let him in with me. Makes me mad, those guys back there thinking they're better than he is. But, Ash, you know there are some people that just can't stand Pokemon. He placed a hand on his shoulder in an attempt to calm him down. You never gotten angry at them before. Ash took in a deep breath and let it out. Sorry, May, he said. I know I've never let it get to me before, but called Pikachu a thing. Like he's an object. My best friend isn't an object. Pikachu sighed from May's shoulder. Let's just focus on finding a new place to eat, okay? May rubbed his back. We shouldn't let one silly group of people get us down. You're right, May. Thanks. Hey, I'll be thanking you when the bill comes, May joked. Yoo-hoo! Big summer blowout! A woman called to the couple from across the street. She didn't actually say big summer blowout, by the way, I just wanted to make a Frozen reference. Her long hair was up in a bun. She sat in a rocking chair on the deck of a building, holding a small white Pokemon in her lap. Did I hear you kids having problems finding a place to eat? She asked them. Ash and May looked both ways, and then crossed the road. May stepped up. Yes, we are, ma'am, she said. The restaurant we were just in wouldn't let us take Pikachu in with us. The Meowth in the woman's lap rolled over as she began rubbing his belly. Well, the woman said, you've got us a nice restaurant right here. Isn't that right, Meowthy Poo? Meow. A Pokemon purred as the woman rubbed his stomach. Does that mean we can eat here? Ash asked. And we can take Pikachu inside with us? Of course, the woman smiled. Anything for some travelers. Wait, how did you know that we were travelers? May asked. The woman coughed and then laughed, saying, well, it's obvious from the strange way you're dressed that you're both from out of town. Or, in this case, off of the island. Well, anyway, Ash said, thank you for telling us. This looks like a nice place, doesn't it, May? May looked over the building again. It seemed to be made entirely of wood and didn't have a paint job. The windows on the second floor were dusty, and the rest of the building also seemed rather unkempt. Sure, she said, half smiling. Oh, and aren't you the cutest Pikachu? The woman stepped out of the chair and fixed her blue eyes on the yellow Pokemon, making him feel uncomfortable. She looked so strong, too, she noted. Her Meowth coughed, being left lying on the ground where he was dropped after his trainer got up. Oopsie daisy, the woman laughed, running back over to her Pokemon. I got so excited I forgot you were here. The normal type groaned in his native tongue and caused May to giggle. What's up, May? Ash asked. Well, after seeing Team Rocket's Meowth so many times, she explained, I almost expected this one to start talking too. That's a good one. Ash laughed as they followed the woman and her Pokemon inside. She sat them down at a table and asked them to order whatever they wanted. You two kids seem so hungry, she said. Just let me know and I'll fix it right up. Do these three ever give it a rest? What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, I want a cheeseburger, Ash said, grinning. Dude, I want one too. What do you want, Pikachu? He asked the Pokemon as he hopped off May's shoulder. Pikachu thought about it for a moment and then just took the ketchup bottle off the table. Well, I guess I should have expected that, May laughed. What do you want to eat, May? You know, I haven't decided yet, she said, noting the room. All the tables seemed rather dusty, and cobwebs were forming on the rafters of the building. There was no second floor, just a really high roof. They could still see the dust in the windows far above her head. The place still smelled like the wood that was used to build it. Nearly everything in the building was made from wood. Do you have it, Amin? She finally asked after surveying the entire room. I think we might have some, the woman noted on her pad and rushed back behind a wall to what was presumably the kitchen. May lowered her head. Ash, don't you think this is a bit weird? The coordinator spoke softly. Ash looked up from watching Pikachu laugh at the ketchup. What? What's a bit weird? This lady seems really familiar and she's offering to give us food for free, he said. This place looks more like a saloon than a restaurant. Ash blinked. Aren't those kind of the same thing? May put a finger to her chin. Well, maybe. I don't know, something strikes me as weird. What strikes you as weird, young lady? The woman asked as she brought in some glasses. Oh, I thought you'd like some water while you waited. Sure, Ash said. Thank you very much, May said, unsure of herself. Now I'm gonna go check on how your food's doing. The chef here is remarkable. The woman cackled as she left the room. Okay, May said, blinking. Now I'm sure something weird is going on. You're just being paranoid, Ash said. We haven't seen Team Rocket since we blasted them off back at One Island. how did you know I was thinking about Team Rocket? May asked in a hushed voice. I didn't? Ash furrowed his eyebrow. Then why'd you say Team Rocket? Ash shrugged. I guess it's because this woman reminds me of Jessie from Team Rocket! May started up as Ash continued talking, each of them saying the same thing word for word. Ash laughed. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, he said. May decided to drop the issue, but she wasn't so sure. Something about this building, no, this island, made her uncomfortable. Out on a seagull ferry, headed straight for 4 Island, Rox, Cindy, Annabelle, and Greta were all prepared to search for Ash and May, as well as give them a harsh reprimand for leaving them behind. But with Annabelle's warning that more frontier brains could be in the Sevii Islands, they might have to save them first. Oh boy, they're really gonna get it now! Oh boy! They're really gonna they are you're right, May. You are really bad for, you know, leaving your friends behind. You know. Okay. Chapter 19. Putting a damper on things. Screw you. Hashtag not sponsored, by the way. I hope this guy is, like, appreciating all the ad revenue I'm giving him. Like, seriously. Here you are, kids! The woman brought a plate and bowl to Ash and May. In the bowl was steaming hot ramen in a chicken broth, while on Ash's plate was a cheeseburger stacked high with lettuce, tomato, and pickles. Ash blinked. Wow. Thank you very much, ma'am, May said, smiling to the woman as she pulled up a chair across from Pikachu. So, what are you kids doing on Quiet Little 4 Island? She asked innocently. Not much is going on here besides the Pokemon contest. May smiled. That's why we're here, actually. We're kinda on a vacation, so we came here to compete in the contest. The woman smiled. Have you already registered? She asked, leaning forward. Ash nodded. Yep, but we were surprised when we heard about the rule where you have to team up. The woman smiled. Well, it's because 4 Islands contest isn't a conventional one. We're not part of any grand festival, so we're free to make up our own rules to go along with them. She grinned again and looked over at Pikachu. Are you using that cute Pikachu over there in the contest? Ash shook his head. No, ma'am. According to the rules, we have to use the same type of Pokemon, and Pikachu's the only electric Pokemon between us. Pikachu! He smiled, raising his clenched fist in the air. So, who are you using? Well, we decided to use normal-type Pokemon in the appeals round, May said, tapping her chopsticks into the bowl. So I'm using my Skitty, and Ash is using his Ipom. Then what Pokemon are you using in the battle round? Ash finished off his burger and took a gulp of water. We're using Fire-type Pokemon. May's got an awesome Blaziken, and I'm using my Cyndaquil. Speaking of which, he said, rising, we need to get some practice in for the contest tomorrow. May slurped up the rest of her noodles. That's right. Thank you very much, ma'am. How much do we owe you? It's nothing, she said, waving her hand. It was just warming to me to see such a happy couple and have someone to talk to. Ash, though surprised, smiled. Well, thank you again, he said. We'd better get going. Pikachu jumped into Ash's shoulders. He and May began on their way out. See you again soon, and say goodbye to your Meowth for us. Ash waved as they stepped through the door. Sooner than you think, she said, smiling herself. So where are we going to check first? Greta asked when they stepped out of port. Hey! Cindy pointed. I see their boat! Sure enough, there was a small unmanned motorboat sitting in the harbor. Brock nodded. Then they must be on the island. But where? Annabelle asked. Well, they're probably somewhere eating, Brock said. I know Ash and May, they went out to eat after letting Totodile rest at the Pokemon Center. So we need to check the restaurants, Annabelle said. Oish! Brandon shouted. Let's get checking! Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Eh. Thank you, Nurse Joy, Ash said, taking back the lure ball. It's no problem, Ash, Joy said with a smile. Oh, I just remembered. My sister on 2 Islands said that your friends are looking for you, so I told her that you all were here. Wrong one. That ripper's in the desert. Ash and May snapped back. Brock and everyone else is coming? May asked in a hushed voice. Don't they think we can take care of ourselves? We better get going, May whispered. The Pokemon Center is likely to be the first place they check. Ash nodded, and after thanking Joy again, the couple ran out of the Pokemon Center. What? No, you can pay us by giving us Pikachu? That was the perfect opportunity for that. I mean, hey, come on, wasn't that used 1,000,000 times? Something tells me that Jesselina will be entering this contest as well. You know, maybe. And this music is perfect for this. Oh yeah, Persona 5 music, baby. Oh, by the way, if you think that's appropriate, listen to this. Yes, I saw your short-tempered friend and his Pikachu. The slick-haired waiter from the restaurant earlier said. Is he here? Brock asked, hopeful. I'm afraid not, sir, he responded. After I told him that his Pikachu wasn't allowed, he blew up in my face, and his sister told him to calm down. Then he left in a huff. Brock blinked for a moment. Well, thank you anyway, sir, he said. The girls waited outside for Brock to return. Greta and Annabelle leaned on the railing on the opposite sides of the door, with Cindy sitting on the same rail as Annabelle, holding Happy closely. No dice, Brock sighed as he stepped out the door. Really? Annabelle asked. Not here either? Well, they were here, but Ash got angry and left since they won't allow Pokemon inside. Annabelle put her hand to her chin. I see. I guess we need to keep searching then. Greta stood up. Oish, we just need to keep at it! The group all nodded as they began heading down the road. You never heard it before, but you love it? Ah! Yeah, Persona music is just so good. I love Persona. I love Persona music. I love Persona. It's so good. If you haven't played Persona, you totally should. Some of my favorite RPGs ever. I told you we'd hit the beach, Ash said, smiling, as he and May stepped onto the white sands. May sighed. Well, training wasn't the first thing that came to mind when we talked about going to the beach. I kind of wanted to come and have fun. Ash furrowed his eyebrows. Training can be fun. Come on, I'm sure we can make a game out of it. Well, we're gonna train anyway, right? She laughed. Might as well do it on the beach. The further the couple walked, the more apparent they were clothed improperly for the weather. It's really hot here, Ash laughed. Maybe we should change into our swimsuits, May said. I mean, we are on a beach after all. That sounds like a good idea. Hey, why don't we let our Pokemon enjoy the beach too? Sure. May reached into her bag and tossed out her 5 Pokeballs. Ash left as he added his 5 as well. In a brilliant flash, Blaziken, Munchlax, Eevee, Skitty, Beautify, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Muck, Sceptile, and Ipom all appeared. Now you all enjoy the beach, okay? May said with a smile. Cyndaquil, Ash hungered down near his fire type. You stay around here with Blaziken. After May and I get changed, we're gonna do some training, okay? Cyndaquil, the Pokemon said, hugged Ash's arm. Okay, we'll be right back. Pikachu hopped off of Ash's shoulder to stay with the rest of the Pokemon, as the 2 trainers walked over to a changing room. Pikachu began walking down to the sand, to just where the waves broke against the water, and let the cool ocean brush against his feet. Skitty and Eevee both followed him into the sand as Totodile dashed past them and into the ocean for a swim. Pikachu began digging into the sand with his paws, trying to dig a hole. Eevee motioned for Pikachu to move and then dug a deep hole in the sand with her dig technique. Huffing, Skitty said that she could do that too, but when she tried her assist to copy dig, she ended up firing off Shadow Balls instead, which Pikachu and Eevee only nimbly dodged. Blaziken sat down in the warm sand next to Cyndaquil and began getting acquainted with Ash's Johto fire type. The shy Cyndaquil, however, wasn't forthcoming with details, and mostly asked Blaziken questions about herself. Sceptile watched from a distance out one eye as he did some sunbathing on the beach. Ipom and Munchlax headed towards a tree on the beach that seemed to be growing fruit. Smiling, Ipom scampered up the tree and grabbed the large round item that was hanging from the tree with her tail. Pulling on it, Ipom managed to get the large brown nut up the tree. Try as she might, though, Ipom had no luck pulling the nut apart. Knowing that he can get a cut out of the food, Munchlax offered his services to the long-tail Pokemon. She, however, already knew of his motive and respectfully declined. She continued to try to pull it apart with her clumsy hands, to no avail. Sighing, she handed the nut to the waiting Big Eater Pokemon. Using his superior strength, Munchlax easily cracked the nut open and in half, causing a liquid to start seeping out. Ipom quickly snatched half of the nut away and began to drinking the liquid. Munchlax smiled and thanked her for her business and silently walked off with the larger half of the nut. Muck just rested, while watching Beautifly ride the sea breeze peacefully. The butterfly Pokemon waved down to Ash's poison type, and he waved back. I ship those two! I like Beautifly and Muck. Beautifly's so nice, and Muck is just a sweetheart. He loves glomping people. He's such a... Oh, I love that guy. Isn't it great? I don't know, I love Muck. Don't say anything! I know they're probably in a different egg class. Shut up! Long nose species! Okay, you know what? I need to stop. I need to stop this. Don't take that out of context. Please don't take that out of context! Yeah, perfect comedic relief. Exactly. Ash and May returned to their Pokemon. May in her pink bikini, and Ash in his blue swim trunks. Alright, Ash said, smiling to Cyndaquil. Are you ready for some training? Cinda! He said, jumping up, breaking off conversation with Blaziken. I hope you're ready too, Blaziken, May said herself, with a smile. Her Pokemon flexed her arms and said, Blaze! And shot a fire from her wrists. May turned to Ash. I'm not even sure what kind of training we're supposed to do, though, she said. Oh, I know! Motion for the Pokemon to follow them. He walked past Pikachu and the rest of the Pokemon towards the ocean. Timid at first. Cyndaquil followed his trainer towards the waves as they got increasingly larger. Oh, good. As a wave began approaching, Ash pointed to it. Cyndaquil! Ash shouted, break that wave with your flamethrower! Obeying instructions, Cyndaquil lit his back and kept it over the water. Opening a small mouth as wide as he could, Cyndaquil shot a stream of fire at the wave, breaking through it. The broken wave fell sooner than it should have, and the water quickly receded. May smiled. That does look like fun. When the next wave began approaching, she said, Blaziken, use your fire spin on that wave! Blaziken opened her beak and shot out intense spinning flames. The wave was swallowed up in the fire and disappeared. That was awesome, Blaziken! Ash and May continued trading hits against the waves. Sometimes getting slightly larger waves than before, other times getting shorter waves. Hey, Ash, May said, pointing towards the horizon. Look at that wave! Sure enough, a huge wave had formed at sea and was quickly approaching the island. Think we can handle this one? Ash challenged. No doubt, May said, smiling back. Blaziken, use overheat! Cyndaquil, full power flamethrower! Both Pokemon fired their intensely heated moves at the huge wave, but they didn't seem to even... It just seemed to bounce off of it. I think the water's waging a counterattack! May giggled, running up the beach. No problem! Ash said, following her. Alright, now get ready to jump! Cyndaquil and Blaziken watched the wave closely as it roared closer. Now! Both trainers shouted at the same time. Blaziken shot upwards with her powerful legs, easily clearing the wave. Cyndaquil, on the other hand, was a few feet short of clearing the wave completely. Cyndaquil! Aim your flamethrower at the ground to shoot yourself up! Cyndaquil opened up and fired a flamethrower down, propelling himself into the air. Fire Mouse Pokemon successfully cleared the wave as a result. As he fell, Ash ran under him and caught his Pokemon. That was awesome, Cyndaquil! You've gotten really strong! Cinda! The Pokemon laughed. You want to try again? He asked as the Pokemon nodded. May stood back and watched, a smile growing on her face. just like his own kids, she mused. He'll be a great dad someday. Ash sat Cyndaquil back down and returned next to May, and the training resumed. Before long, another huge wave came up and threatened the beach. Pikachu, Eevee, and Skitty all retreated. Totodile had already returned to the beach on a previous wave and was burned by Cyndaquil, so he just sat and watched. The flames expelled by Blaziken and Cyndaquil were, again, no match for the towering power of the wave. Cyndaquil, jump in like you did before! Ash ordered. The Cyndaquil did as he was told, clearing the wave just as he did before. At the apex of his climb, however, a large glass orb snapped closed around the Pokemon and snatched him up and away. What the? Ash's jaw dropped as he followed the lineup to a familiar meow-shaped balloon. Oh, not now! Prepare for trouble on the beach! A familiar woman shouted. And make it double! The Scratch Cat Pokemon spoke the next line. As evil as old as the galaxy! Sent here to fulfill our destiny! To denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above! Jessie and Meowth are the names! Anywhere there's peace in the universe, Team Rocket will be there to make everything worse! Jessie held up the orb that contained Ash's fire type. Oh, that was really easy! We should go Pokepicking like this more often! Team Rocket, get me back, Cyndaquil! Ash shouted. May tilted her head. Aren't you forgetting someone? She asked Jessie. Jessie huffed. James is busy on another assignment, she said. Besides, you don't need more than me to handle you twerps. And she don't need more than me out to stop her from screwing it up. Wah, about that. Give up Cyndaquil, Team Rocket, Ash shouted. Aren't you guys normally after Pikachu anyway? Can't let that one get old. Wrong battlefield. Can't let that one get away. Yeah, sneered. He produced another extending glove. The hand shot down quickly, wrapped around Pikachu, and began swooping away from the rest of the Pokemon. Eevee and Skitty both held onto the glove to slow it down, digging their paws as deep into the sand as possible to hold it still. Get off, you twerpy Pokemon! Meowth insulted, shaking the extending arm. The shaking managed to knock off the loose grips of Eevee and Skitty, but as it was retracting, Sceptile leapt up in a flash, cutting the arm in twain. The loose part fell softly back into the sand, and Pikachu wrestled out of the fingers. Jessie pressed a button on a controller, causing Jess to come out of the sides of the balloon basket. Let's cut our losses and cut out of here! We only need the Twerp Cyndaquil! Pikachu! Ash shouted. Knock him down with thunder! Pikachu leapt from the ground and called down a massive lightning bolt towards the balloon. Defensive countermeasure! Jessie shouted. Countermeasure away! Meowth held up the extending arm with Cyndaquil inside. He threw the ball containing Ash's Pokemon at the incoming lightning. The bolt struck the ball, the current pulsing through Cyndaquil's tiny body. Cyndaquil! Ash called out, his eyes widening. Cyndaquil took the entire charge? May gasped. The extending arm caught the orb before it could fall too far, snatching the injured Cyndaquil back up and into the balloon. Sceptile! Ash shouted. Shoot some holes in that balloon with Bullet Seed! Jessie quickly mashed a button on the air heater on the balloon. The balloon jerked higher into the air, out of range of the Bullet Seed Sceptile was attempting. Darn it! You can't let them get away! Ash then gave chase. I wonder why they needed Cyndaquil anyway, May asked as she and the rest of her Pokemon began following them after the balloon. Normally they try for everything they can, right? First things first, Ash said as the couple turned the corner. We gotta save Cyndaquil! It's in lots of pain, I just know it! Also, May, still too early for the dad talk, come on! Listen, it's never too early for the dad talk in a shipping fanfic. Smile. Smile. I can't believe we're actually getting away this time! Jessie said, smiling at the trapped Cyndaquil, as sparks from Pikachu's thunder still wrapped around its body. Normally we get greedy and messing up, but not this time! Meowth agreed as the balloon began glowing blue. We'd actually get a promotion for this! I can imagine what the boss is gonna say! Jessie blinked. Before you go into a fantasy, I think we're falling. Fallen? He looked over the side and saw the ground coming closer rapidly. What's going on? On the ground, focusing with his greatest might, was Annabelle's Alakazam, pulling the balloon closer to Earth. Brock, guys! Ash shouted as he saw the group in the middle of the town. Thought you could ditch us, eh, Ash? Brock asked, smiling. Not at all. Team Rocket's got Cyndaquil! Annabelle smiled. Well, now we've got Team Rocket. Isn't that right, Alakazam? Kazam! Yellow Pokemon nodded as he clenched his silver spoons tightly. Now, Medicham! Greta tossed her Pokemon into the air. Deflate that ugly balloon with high jump kick! Greta's fighting-type Pokemon appeared and launched herself into the air at high speed. Hey, what do you mean, ugly? Meowth asked before Jessie pulled him down for his safety. Medicham plunged for the balloon, and it came hurtling to the ground even faster than it had been before. Skarmory! Cindy tossed her mother's Pokeball with her free hand. Get up there and snatch Cyndaquil! The Steel-type Pokemon zoomed over Team Rocket's falling basket and deftly grasped the orb that contained Cyndaquil in her talons. Whoa, Mace said, blinking. That was incredible! It's only natural, Cindy said, smiling. Skarmory are known for their sharp eyes. After working as a nurse's aide for so long, Skarmory's really quick at grabbing things. Team Rocket's basket fell right before Ash's grew. Tired Jessie, Meowth, and Wobbuffet climbed out. Great, Jessie sighed. What else can go wrong today? This can! Brock shouted. Steelix, let Team Rocket see your Iron Tail as a going-away present! Going far away! The breeder released his Pokemon, and the shocked crowd that was gathering was awed at the presence of the powerful Pokemon. Steelix smiled with his large jaw as he wound up his tail. As he began smashing forward, it began glowing. The snail snapped at Team Rocket's basket, launching the duo plus Wobbuffet into the air. This isn't fair! Jessie yelled. Even when we get it right, we get it wrong! Maybe if James was here to help, he'd have gotten away with it, Meowth fumed. Are you saying we pin all the blame on him? Wobbuffet! Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again! They shouted as they disappeared from view. Skarmory dropped the orb into Ash's hands. He quickly popped it open, and a panting Cyndaquil fell out. Brock rushed over and put 2 fingers on Cyndaquil's neck. This is bad, he said in a low tone. Not only did Cyndaquil's small body take the entirety of that electric attack, but there wasn't much air inside that orb. Cyndaquil's been suffocating in there. He looked up at Ash. Let's get him to the Pokemon Center, quick. Oh boy. You could say this is really putting a damper on things. I'm gonna shut up now. All I gotta say, Ash, is better be careful, if you know what I mean. Oh yes, yes, yes. Be careful. Just like how I tell my friend Mark. Mark, be careful. Except he's married now, so he doesn't have to be careful anymore. Yeah, Steelix our goat. Yeah. So, how did you all find us? May asked, with her and Ash having changed back into the regular clothes as the trainer paced around the raiding room. Pikachu's thunder attack, especially on a clear day like this one, is hard to miss, Brock said. We're sorry we left you guys behind, Ash said. I just wanted to take May with me alone so we could do something. Just the 2 of us, to make up for the stuff we had to do since we got here. He sighed as he sat next to May. If we had never left, this wouldn't have happened to Cyndaquil. May placed a hand on his shoulder in comfort. Don't blame yourself, Ash. It's my fault, too. If I hadn't been greedy for your affection, then we wouldn't have left in the first place. But I wanted to make it up to you, he said. Because I didn't think one of my friends was in a lot of pain. May wrapped her arms around the boy. It's okay, Ash. Cyndaquil's gonna be alright. And I have the medical license to say that, Joy said, stepping in with Cindy, following in behind her. Ash immediately brightened up. Really? It's gonna be alright? Joy nodded. He'll be fine if you rest here for about a day. Ash darkened again. A day? He might be able to get out sooner, but I'd rather not risk his health, Joy said. Ash looked down, downtrodden. I understand. But I'd enter Cyndaquil in the Pokemon contest tomorrow. If I don't have a Pokemon, we'll have to forfeit. The door to the waiting room opened up, and the gray-headed man from the contest hall stepped in. Hello, kids, he said. I heard about your run-in with that nasty Team Rocket. Hello, sir, Ash said, looking down. I also heard that your Cyndaquil is in bad shape, he said, placing his hand on Ash's shoulder. Yes, sir. He won't be able to battle tomorrow in the contest. The man smiled, ruffling his mustache. Well, if you can find a replacement Fire-type Pokemon, then I'll make the change to the registration sheet for you. Ash brightened up again. You will? Kind man nodded. Of course, since according to the news that network machine on one island is broken, we have no way to... Of course, since according to the news that the network machine on one island is broken, we have no way to get you a fire Pokemon if we had to transport it. Do you have another way we could bring one here? Ash thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. I've got it, he said. The trainer ran past the man to the Pokemon Center. Thank you so much for pulling some strings, Mr... Joy began complimenting him, but didn't quite know his name. Jameston, he said. Mr. Jameston of the 4-Island Pokemon Contest Committee. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jameston. Joy smiled and bowed. This isn't very good at all, Annabelle sighed. I wanted to go home tonight so we could get out of here before something else bad happens. Annie! Greta tugged in her arm. Don't be so hasty. She's right, Rock said. Besides, we have to wait for Cyndaquil to recover. Ash and May can't just leave when they register for this contest. How would you folks like to register too? Jameson asked, turning to them. That sounds cool! Cindy exclaimed, jumping in, clutching her halfpenny. Do you have any copies of the registration forms? Rock asked. Jameson produced some of from his brown suit coat. As commissioner of the contest committee, I can't be found without these! May stood up and began walking towards the door. You'll go ahead and sign up, she said. I'm gonna go see what Ash is up to. Giggling, May hopped out the door and into the lobby of the Pokemon Center, looking for her boyfriend. Oh boy, so... Mr. Krabs! Ash has an idea! What obnoxious name are you waiting for, boy? Tell me! Alright. Chapter 20. In the cliff face of adversity. Yeah, it scrolled me down again. Bleh. Bleh. Ash had already hung up the phone when May came into the lobby. Hey, May, he said. Why don't we go for a walk? May raised her eyebrow. What about getting that Pokemon you need? She asked. It's been taken care of. That's why we need to go to a walk so we can go get him, Ash explained. May shrugged. Okay. Sounds nice. Ash sat Pikachu down. Okay, Pikachu. You stay here with Brock and everyone else so they don't think we've run off. Again. Pika! Ash's partner saluted. Okay, then. Let's go. The couple quietly left the Pokemon Center through the front doors and began walking up the road. Pikachu watched them leave, and then ran back to the waiting room where Brock and the others were. The electric Pokemon found himself on the outside of the closed door. Twitching his ears, he leapt up and grabbed the doorknob. Hanging from the knob, he started to plan how he would actually open the door. He began wagging his tail from side to side, building up momentum. As his tail wagged further, he began swinging his lower body as well. Pikachu's swing slowly increased. He felt the knob twisting in his grip. Unfortunately, however, it was twisting because Brock was opening it. The door opened, knocking Pikachu against the wall. The startled Pokemon let out a cry as he hit it. The Pokemon breeder looked around the door and saw the injured Pokemon. Sorry there, Pikachu, he said, picking them up. I didn't see you. Pikachu sighed. At least the door was open now. We're gonna have to do some late-night training, Ash said as he and May walked along the coast. I know, May said, clasping his hand. I wish Team Rocket didn't ruin our training. Maybe we could just spend a romantic night on the island together. Ash grinned back at her. I'd like that too, but if we're gonna do well tomorrow, we've got to make sure we're ready. So, Ash, you haven't told me yet, May said, swinging their clasped hands. Which Pokemon are you gonna get? I think you'll recognize this one, he laughed. The couple came to a rock face that towered over the island. We have to get up there, he said. May looked around. I don't see an elevator or a lift or anything, she said, knowing what was coming next. Ash nodded. We have to climb it. Climb it with what? We'll use our Pokemon to help, Ash said. Beautifly can use String Shot and act as a safety line for us. Sceptile can use Frenzy Plant to help us climb it too. May looked up the cliff. Are you sure we can do this? It looks really high up. I'm positive. Are you ready? May nodded and pulled out her Pokeball. The trainers tossed the balls into the air, and the large green Sceptile and the small colored Beautifly appeared. Ash and May explained the plan to their Pokemon. Beautifly shot String Shot around the couple, binding them together. Sceptile channeled his newest skill and sprouted vines from the cliff. Ash nodded at May and then began leading her up the side of the cliff. With Sceptile's help, the first few feet were an easy matter. He looked down and saw that his Pokemon was tiring out, though. So after a while, he recalled Sceptile, and he and May began climbing on their own. Finding places to grip and places to put their feet was the easiest part of the climb. Pulling themselves up the side of the cliff in the dark was harder. The moon was on the other side of the cliff, so it was very dark as Ash and May struggled up the side of the plateau. May placed her foot on a rock, and it crumbled beneath her. As she slipped, she threw her hand up, calling Ash's name. His quick hand nimbly grabbed hers, and he held her up. They looked deeply into each other's eyes, May finding her foothold again. They reluctantly let go after a couple seconds, and Ash continued pulling them up the mountain. Beautifly watched her trainer as she held onto the lifeline. The butterfly Pokemon flew up alongside the cliff, following them, helping them hold on. She saw a small ledge that they could rest at, and lead them over and up to it. The tired couple sat on the ledge, gasping for air. Once she had caught her breath, they looked out from over the cliff, down at the town they had been in earlier in the day. Street lamps and other lights allowed the town to glow, but it wasn't a bright glow. The lights from the town twinkled and almost reflected the clear night sky above. They still couldn't see the moon, but what they did see was breathtaking. May wrapped her arm around Ash's. Oh, Ash, it's beautiful up here. He nodded. It is, but this is nothing compared to what I have planned. May looked over. What do you have planned? I think you'll understand when we see my Pokemon, he said, smiling. Now May was getting excited and filled with new energy. Well then, come on, she shouted. Let's get going! I want to see what you're talking about! Alright, let's get going. Before they began climbing again, Ash and May took a moment to look down. They climbed quite far in what felt like a short time. However, since neither of them had any way to tell time, they couldn't tell how long they'd been climbing. And began leading the charge off the cliff again, though, with May close behind him. The climbing was becoming even more difficult, with holds becoming fewer. The trainer stretched up to grab a rock jutting out of the side. He gave a tug on it to make sure it was stable, but as he pulled on it, it gave and slipped out the cliff face. Ash lost his balance and began falling, only to have May's quick hands catch his arm, and Beautify's thread to catch his torso. Laughing out of embarrassment, the trainer scrambled up the side of the cliff to regain his position. He used the hole he made as a hold, and was able to climb up further. May smiled at him, admiring his determination. After climbing for what felt like many more hours, Ash and May finally reached the top. The crescent moon shone brightly over their heads, illuminating the grassy top of the flat-top mountain. Ash and May collapsed onto the ground as soon as they crawled away from the cliff. I could really use a nice, soft bed, May panted, breathing deeply between each word.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe I've done this either, Yubi. I can't. Also, I really need to, take a note here. There's something I noticed in the description here that makes me think, oh, what did I do? Or like, did I actually write this correctly in the part that I wrote? Honestly, it doesn't make any... Honestly, it's not a big deal, but like... I care about attention to detail, okay? I want to make sure that it's consistent. Anyway, you'll know what I mean. Maybe. But yes, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Just reading the stuff. Doing Mochi Storytime with the homies. Of which you are a homie. And, yeah. Some cute stuff is happening. As we love. Just then, both their stomachs growled. Why'd you have to remind me that I was hungry, Ash? May complained as she rolled onto her side. I wasn't, he groaned, rolling on his side to face May. I was reminding myself. May weakly lifted her Pokeball and recalled Beautifly, then let her arm fall limp again. Maybe there's a tree with some fruit up here, Ash said, sitting up. I mean, there's gotta be a reason that Pokemon come up here, right? May looked over at him. How are you sure that Pokemon come up here? He blinked. I'm not. May sighed. Well, great. There's probably not anything up here, and to eat we'll have to climb down. Ash stood up. Well, we might as well look. He stepped over to May and helped her to her feet. All right, he sighed. But I hope we can find something to eat up here. Ash and May had only begun to climb the mountaintop when Ash practically ran into a tree. Looking up into the branches, the couple saw many round blue fruits growing off. He blinked. Hey, are those orange berries? May squealed. We're saved! We're saved! We're saved! Saved, 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 saved. Yeah, we are saved. What? That's just a stupid boulder. It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. A rock. A rock. That's just a stupid berry. It's not just a berry. It's a fruit. A fruit. A fruit. All the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles, and it's in great shape. I really need to shut up. I really need to shut up. Anyway. Just as Ash began reaching for one of the berries, a rushing wind blew through, knocking several of them to the ground. As May scrambled to pick them up, Ash turned to see the source of the wind landing near the tree. A large Pokemon huffed, a small plume of smoke leaving his nostrils. His piercing blue eyes cut through the darkness at Ash, the edges of his mouth turned up in a grin. The Pokemon extended his large wings, allowing the pallet trainer to admire his impressive wingspan. His yellow underbelly was easily seen in the dark, as was his bright orange skin. A flame at the tip of his long, powerful tail helped illuminate the dark scene. The Pokemon smiled and coughed out a fiery greeting for his trainer, only just barely missing May. Ash, May said, her eyes widening. Is that Charizard? I knew you'd get here! Ash's Charizard let out a loud, intimidating roar that caused several Hoot-Hoot and Noctowl in nearby trees to scatter off. May had already peeled an orange berry and began eating it. Ash laughed and picked up one of the ones Charizard knocked down and tossed it to his Pokemon. Congratulations, Aiden, you got it. You got it right again! You got it right again, man! Congratulations! Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. But yeah. I mean, although I guess to be fair, it was probably not that surprising, but I mean, but also like, It's cool, right? We get to see Charizard again. Isn't that cool? Isn't that super cool? I think it's super cool. Oh, and also now we're getting to a part that I'm especially looking forward to. Heh. So you asked Liza to send Charizard here? May asked, finishing off an orange berry. Ash swallowed his last bite as well. Yeah, he said. It's the only Pokemon I could have gotten, since the transfer system wasn't working on the Sevii Islands. Well, by the process of elimination, out of the 3 fire types he owned in Gen 3, one of them was already with them and hurt. Only one of the other 2 can fly. And, yeah, also, like, he was being held somewhere. He was not being held in a Pokemon storage system, so, you know, that makes sense, too. Which, you know, makes perfect sense. Well, we better get ready for more competition, May said. Roxanne, Annabelle, and Greta are all going to enter the contest now. The guy who got our entry forms from was giving them out when I left the room. Ash grinned with confidence, nevertheless. No need to worry. With the right teamwork, Charizard and Blaziken will be able to beat anyone. But, Ash, I do have to ask, May began. Is it really necessary to climb the cliff to get up here? Well, it's going to be for what I want to do next, he responded. I guess we didn't have to come up here. Oh? What's that? Ash stood up and looked over the relaxing Charizard, who had already eaten his fill of berries. You ready to fly, Charizard? His Pokemon stood up, flipped out his wings. He smiled and nodded to his trainer. Ash then turned to May and offered her his hand. How about we take a flight? Images of a long-forgotten dream flashed through her head. Her face heating up. Her haste feeding up. May took Ash's hand as the trainer led her over to the kneeling flame Pokemon. Do you still remember that dream we had? May giggled as she threw a leg over Charizard's shoulder. Ash sat in front of her upon his powerful Pokemon. Yeah, that's why I wanted to come up here, he said. There wasn't a big staircase like you told me about, but there was a flat top, and it's a great night to go on a flight with Charizard. Ash's fire and flying type let out a roar as he stood up. With a quick jump, Charizard flapped his powerful wings and took off over the island. May looked around Ash's head to the wide ocean and saw the bright moon reflecting on the waves. The sky was clear and inky black, other than the bright sparkling stars. The town on the island seemed to glow warmly. Looking back up, May let the wind blow her through her hair. She watched as the wind blew Ash's already unruly hair around. He looked back at her and gave her a smile, causing her to blush. Somehow, it seemed at times that she had forgotten why she and Ash got together in the first place. They had just gotten complacent with their relationship, and as they traveled with their friends, the relationship became normal, not that special. May laid her head on Ash's back and closed her eyes, letting all the memories come back to her. Ash's sweet qualities. Oh, he tried to impress her and worried when he had messed up. She felt the soft sweatshirt that Ash wore, remembering their first kiss as the material pressed against her body. She slowly wrapped her arms around him, causing him to look back. May, he asked, are you alright? May giggled. I am. I feel like I'm on top of the world right now. Ash smiled and ran a hand through her hair. May, No, I should say something now, Ash, she said. I think I forgot what we're supposed to be about. It's not about Annabelle or running away from everything, but doing everything that we do together. About us loving and trusting each other. I wasn't trusting you when I thought that Annabelle would sway you, and I'm sorry for that. Ash looked into her sapphire eyes. Hey, I'll always be here for you, no matter what, he whispered, his breath tickling May's lips as he drew closer. Ash, May whispered back. Doesn't mean like you did our first time. Oh boy! Ash closed his eyes as May did the same, and pressed her lips against his. There was no tongue movement, only a shared breathing that tasted of orange berries. Ash turned around as much as he could without falling off, May pulling him as close to herself as she could. Their hearts began pulsing faster, and in May's mind she was in the wedding dress she dreamed of. It was their day. Ash, lips still tightly pressed in May's, opened his eyes and saw the beautiful girl kissing him back. Acting as quickly as he could, he pivoted around, catching the surprised May in his arms. Charizard compensated for the turning and was able to keep Ash from falling off his back. May wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled herself up closer, pressing her chest against his. Ash felt as though he was falling backwards, so Charizard began climbing skyward, keeping the trainer up by allowing him to lean on his neck. When May finally broke the kiss, she didn't notice that Charizard had climbed far into the sky. The crescent moon sitting close by. She didn't notice that the ground couldn't be seen from their altitude, or did she worry that Charizard had lost his way and couldn't return to 4 Island. All she saw was his auburn eyes staring gently back at her. She nuzzled his chest with her head, resting peacefully in his arms. "I love you," was all she said. Charizard's probably like, "Bro, the F you doing? You wanna fall?" Oh yeah, come to think of it. This is probably the first time Charizard knows, right? Right? He probably is kind of surprised. But like a bro, he's rolling with it, right? He's rolling with it. Charizard landed outside the Pokemon Center later that night. Cindy immediately threw herself at Ash's Pokemon. May giggled, but only held Ash's hand as he walked past the questioning Annabelle, who was wondering where they had gone. The rest of the night seemed like a blur to May. She heard Ash say that Charizard would need rest before the contest, having flown all the way from Johto, but no one else's words penetrated. She smiled at Ash over their much more substantial Pokemon Center dinner and tickled Pikachu under the Pokemon's chin. When it came time for bed, May convinced Ash to let her sleep in the same bed that he was. She cuddled against him, resting her head on his chest, thinking only about this feeling of love that had swallowed her whole. Also, good night, Yubi. Sleep well. May! Ash shouted in a panic. Get Pikachu! May was confused. What's going on, Ash? They got Pikachu! He shouted. I've got to go this way! Something attacked Charizard! And with that, he turned around and ran into the darkness. May nodded and ran the opposite direction. There were no walls or people or anything, only darkness surrounding her on all sides. Pikachu! May shouted. Where are you? Right here! No, I'm kidding. Pikachu! A thunderbolt ahead of her located the Pokemon. Appearing around Pikachu were 3 flames, one burning red, another blue, and one yellow. Pikachu! She shouted. She hesitated at the fires. Pikaka! He shouted back, glad to see her. May, swallowing her fear, leapt through the flames surrounding Pikachu, snatching the Pokemon up in her arms. With Pikachu in her clutches, the flames vanished. We have to get Ash back to Ash, she said. She stood up and began running in the direction she thought she had come in. She ran as hard and fast as she could. Ash! She called out. I got Pikachu! Where are you? Ash! Pika-me! The Pokemon called out as well. May's foot hit something, and she tripped. She looked back at her leg, and the injury from one island had reappeared. The object she tripped over was Ash's backpack. Her breath got caught in her throat. Ash? She swallowed the saliva in her mouth. Are you there? No answer. Ash! Please come out! This isn't funny anymore! Nothing. Ash? They began feeling tears roll down her cheeks. Pika. Pikachu lowered his ears. A loud screech filled May's ears, and the darkness was wiped away. A large glowing object hovered in the sky. May looked up at the object. It was a Pokemon with someone riding on its back. It had a silver beak and wings that looked like a sunset. A majestic silver comb on its head set above its piercing orange eyes. Its tail feathers plumed behind it in a silver circle. Standing on the Pokemon's neck as it hovered in the air was a familiar young man. His clothes were torn, as if he had been lost at sea. His black hair was still tossed about. The greatest difference was in his eyes. His auburn eyes were cold, like small pebbles. Looking into them filled May with a fear. His gaze was fixed on the Pokemon in her arms. Slowly, he lifted up a Pokeball from his hands, pointed it at her. Return. May snapped awake, her heart beating a mile a minute. She tried to go over just what she had dreamed about in her mind as quickly as possible. May? Ash said, rubbing his eyes as the rising sun entered the room. What's up? May looked back into his half-closed eyes. The warmth was there. She threw herself onto his chest and began sobbing fitfully. Ash, surprised, sat up. He took May into his arms and held her there. What's wrong, May? He asked quietly as Cindy rubbed her eyes from the commotion. May tried to get it out between sobs. I just had a terrible nightmare. Shh, he whispered. It's gone now. It's just a bad dream. You, she said. Something happened to you. You left. I'm not going anywhere, May, he whispered, trying to calm her down, gently running his hand up and down her back. Promise? She sniffed, looking up. He hugged her. I promise, May. Now, we gotta get something to eat, he said, pushing her off. We have a busy day today with the contest. May looked around in a panic for a moment. Where's Pikachu? She asked. May, calm down. Pikachu's been with us the entire night. The electric Pokemon had sprawled out from his normal sleeping position. She reached over and picked him up, clutching him tightly. Do you mind if I hold on to him for a while? She asked. Ash shrugged. Sure, but we better get going. Come on, go take a shower and get dressed. You'll feel better. She nodded and put Pikachu down to get into her clothes. Pikachu turned over and then to return to his slumber. After May stepped into the restroom, Rock poked his head out of the side of the bunk he slept in. What was that about? He asked. Ash shrugged. May had a nightmare. Must have been a really bad one. Well, I better get ready too if I'm going to beat you in the contest, Rock chuckled. Oh yeah? Let's see how well you do against me and May in the contest. The boys began getting ready for the coming day. Cindy remained quieted and rubbed her eyes. Happiny was still asleep next to her. She reached her in the Pokemon's pouch and took out a small green book. She began reading it in preparation for the coming day and Pokemon contest. Oh yeah, so that was a dream that happened. That was a dream. Am I right? That was a dream. No way that's going to be prophetic of anything. Smile. But anyway. Very intriguing, to be honest. Yes, it was intriguing, though, to be sure. But anyway, Chapter 21, A Brainy Contest. May sat, poking her eggs and bacon with a fork, other hand propping up her head. She looked up at the rest of the people sitting at the table. Ash was already declaring victory over Brock, Cindy, Annabelle, and Greta. Come on, you guys, he laughed. You all don't stand a chance against Blaziken and Charizard. Greta slipped up her cereal in a rather obnoxious way. We'll see about that. Come on, guys, Brock said. Save it for the contest battle. Greta grinned. Right. I'll be happy to smear the floor with that stupid face of yours, Ash. Oh yeah? Ash challenged back. Well, your hair looks like it was made for mopping. Ash and Greta continued growling at each other across the table. May let out a small sigh and looked between the combatants to Annabelle, who looked at May with a strange amount of interest. Brock managed to calm Ash and Greta down, and then the breeder left the table to go check on the Pokemon and Cindy. May, are you alright? Ash asked, looking over to her. You've barely eaten, and you haven't said anything since you woke up. May sighed. I don't know, I guess I don't feel really hungry. Well, you gotta eat so you can keep your strength up for the contest, he said. Come on, eat up. May looked into his worried, hopeful eyes and smiled. Okay, she said. She then began eating the food on her plate slowly, which caused the boy to smile in approval. Of course, she was the last to finish her breakfast that morning. After she finished, she and Ash left after everyone else already had to go to the contest hall. It would start in only an hour, but May and Ash had some time to work on the repeal. Ipom, you swift! He ordered. The purple monkey Pokemon now hopped into the air and swished her tail through it, launching stars out of the hand. Skitty! May started. Use double slap! Assist! No, Blizzard! Skitty turned around in confusion at May, ignoring the speedy stars that were flying at her. Skitty, watch out! The stars slammed Skitty in the back, knocking her over. Although both Ash and May were concerned about Skitty, Ipom only laughed at the kitten Pokemon. Skitty turned around and growled at Ipom, and then opened her mouth, launching a blizzard at Ash and his Pokemon. As for May's request, Pikachu was on her shoulder, so he simply decided what was going on. May, are you alright? Ash asked, placing the chilled Ipom on his shoulder. You haven't been this worried about a contest in who knows how long. May looked down. It's not the contest. It's that nightmare I had last night. Ash sat down on the still dude-covered grass. Well, tell me about it. May sat down next to him, rubbing Pikachu on the chin. It's kinda weird. You can tell me, May. What's up? Well, in the nightmare I had last night, she started. It was strange. First you told me to go after Pikachu, right? Then you ran off. So I went to go find Pikachu, and I did, but he was surrounded by this weird colored fire. After I rescued him and came back, you were gone. Then a huge Pokemon appeared in the sky, and you were riding on it. It looked like a Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh? Ash jumped. You had a dream about Ho-Oh? May flipped open her yellow Pokedex and pressed a few buttons. Here's the entry I was looking at this morning while you were taking a shower, she said. A picture of a huge bird Pokemon appeared on the screen. Its wings were colored orange at the tops, but became green at the tips of the feathers. Its tail feathers were in a golden plume, and a golden comb sat on its head just above its red eyes. Ho-Oh! The Pokedex began its pre-recorded message. The rainbow Pokemon. Its feathers, which glow in severed colors depending on the angle at which they are struck by light, are thought to bring joy. It is said to live at the foot of a rainbow. Ash blinked. Yeah, so? I've looked at that entry in my own Pokedex a lot. The thing is, though, the Ho in my dream was different colors. Its wings looked like a setting sun, and it's silver tail instead of gold. Ash shrugged. Oh, I've had dreams about Pokemon, and they haven't been accurate to life. That part made me think, but it wasn't the part that scared me, May said. I said you were on Ho-Oh, remember? Well, you looked like you had been torn up in a huge storm or lost in the forest for a long time. But the biggest change was your eyes. She then began shaking and clutched her arms. Your eyes, they were so cold and unfeeling. Ash tried his best to make his eyes look as warm as possible. That's not how things are, he said. Look, my eyes are really warm. Ash then came to a realization. That's why you asked me to promise to never leave you, isn't it? That's right. Well, I've already said I'm not going anywhere. So there's nothing to worry about. It's just a bad dream anyway. May smiled. You're right, Ash. Thank you. Her wide smile turned into a narrow grin. How about we get back to practicing? Oh, that's the function button. That's the function key, not the alt key. Okay, only one person you think of with the Skarmory is Steven, but him being a bad guy means literally 0 cents, so that's almost 100% unlikely. Yeah, that wasn't Skarmory. That was not Skarmory, my guy. That description didn't sound like Ash or Ho for that matter. Definitely wasn't paying attention clearly. But, although to an extent, I am kind of glad. That it kind of caught you by surprise, because you usually catch these things before they happen. It's like, yay, finally, it's great to see you surprised at something. Yay! And yes, it's a shiny Ho-Oh! Now, let me tell you, actually, while I was doing research for this, for the denouement, and I got to this part, I had only recently caught a shiny Ho-Oh in Pokemon Go, so, like, the image was already, like, in my face, or, like, in my mind. Like, I knew immediately that I was like, wait a minute, that's shiny! That's a shiny Ho-Oh! That's the shiny Ho-Oh I caught earlier today! Or yesterday, or whenever I did it. So yeah, that was, so yeah, little bit of, you know, Mochi lore there. But anywho. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jameson announced into a microphone while facing a television camera. Thank you for tuning into the 4 Island Pokemon Contest. I'm your host, MC, and one of the judges, Mr. Jameson. He then turned to a booth behind him. Also judging with me is a good friend of mine. She owns a restaurant in town. She owns a restaurant in town. It's my honor to welcome my co-host and fellow judge, Miss Jessentine, along with her pet Meowth. Ash, May, Brock, Cindy, Annabelle, and Greta watched the introductions from the coordinator's lounge in the back. That's the one who fed us yesterday, May said, blinking at the monitor. I didn't know she was a contest judge, Ash said, also blinking. Annabelle sighed. I missed out on the part of the adventure because these two wanted to run off. Oh, don't worry, Annie, Greta giggled. The best part is coming up soon. Annabelle raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? Greta swallowed quickly and put a friendly smile on her face. Oh, nothing. As per 4 Island rules, Jameson continued on the screen, there is no crowd, and opposing coordinators are not allowed to witness their opponent's appeal, which means these performances are only for you viewers at home. That's a strange rule, Brock said, furrowing his eyebrows. How am I supposed to impress any girls if there's no crowd? Did you miss the viewers at home part? Cindy sighed while gently rocking Happiny. But how will I find these girls if I don't know where their home is? Brock then began to cry, to which Cindy sighed and hoped he'd be ready for their appeal round. Well, we're up first, Ash said to May as Jameson finished his announcements. Are you ready? May smiled and nodded. As I'll ever be. Pika! Pikachu added from May's shoulder. The couple walked around the building quickly, entering the small stadium. As per Jameson's warning, there were no cheering crowds or watching rivals. The only other beings in the room were the 2 judges and that old woman's pet Pokemon. Oh yes, Jameson and Jessentine, absolutely Pokemon contest judges. Smile. Yeah, Shiny Ho and Go is lit. Yeah, thank you, Gaiden. Thank you. It was from, well, I mean, I guess obviously it was from a raid, actually, but, I guess they're not always from raids. Also, just as a aside, I actually caught 2 4-star Pokemon just today. And the craziest stroke of luck ever. I feel like those are rarer than even shinies are, which is crazy. Now imagine if I had a shiny hundo. That would be like the holy grail. Anyway. All right, Jameson spoke into the microphone. Let's see your appeal. All right, Ash said, smiling. Go Ipom! He tossed the Pokeball containing his Pokemon to the air. Skitty, take the stage! The 2 Pokeballs opened, and both of the Pokemon stood at opposite ends of the battlefield. All right, Ipom, start off with Swift! Spinning in place, Ipom sent out the quick yellow stars out towards Skitty. Skitty, blow back with Blizzard! As the stars grew closer, Skitty began taking a deep breath. With her lungs full of air, Skitty began breathing it out as a cold, icy wave of wind and snow. The stars that flew towards the kitten Pokemon were now being sent back to Ipom, this time tinted light blue and covered in a thin layer of ice. Ipom, pulverize that Swift with your Focus Punch! Ipom wound the fist on her tail back and then slammed it through each star as they approached her. They exploded into a fluffy pile of snow that began accumulating before Ipom. Now throw snowballs to Skitty! Ipom made a round snowball with her tail and chucked it at pink normal type. Skitty! Juggle the snowballs with Double Slap! Skitty caught the snowballs as they came to her and began juggling them into the air as instructed. Ipom eventually sent 5 to the kitten Pokemon. Now, Skitty, send them high! Skitty nodded and slapped the snowballs high into the air. Now remember, Ipom, Ash whispered. What happens next depends on what Skitty's assist move is. Ipa! She nodded. Now, Skitty, hit those snowballs with assist! At that moment, Pikachu shuddered. As Skitty brought her hand down, a huge arc of lightning shot from Skitty's hand and destroyed the snowballs instantly. Ash blinked. What move was that? Was that Pikachu's thunder? May stepped back closer to Ash. I don't know what happened. Maybe because Pikachu was on my shoulder, Skitty was able to use Pikachu's attack? I don't know, but we'll ask Brock later, Ash whispered back. Ipon blinked in confusion, not sure what to do since the snowballs had just been vaporized. Bravo, young contestants! Jameson stood, applauding. I'm sure you'll make it to the next round. I agree, the woman, named Jessentine, struggled with her mouth on her hands. I also hope that your Pokemon... hope to see your Pokemon in the battle round. Yeah. The Meowth yawned lazily before going back to sleep. Ash and May thanked the judges and then left the arena. Oh. As they walked down the hall, Annabelle and Greta walked towards them. So, how'd it go? Annabelle asked, a grin on her face. It went really well, Ash said, grinning back. Except for a confusing part at the end, May said, tapping her chin. Why? What happened? May wagged her finger at Annabelle. You know that according to the rules here, I'm not allowed to discuss what happened. Annabelle huffed shortly, while May giggled. Come on, Ash, we don't want to make these too late. May pulled Ash by the hand down the hallway from the two girls. Annabelle and Greta huffed at May's apparent rudeness, but went ahead to the arena to appeal. Hey, there's no rule about talking about what happened, Ash said, narrowing his gaze as he spoke. I know, May snickered mischievously, but I really didn't want to talk to him about it before we talked to Brock. Ash rolled his eyes as May pulled him into the coordinator's lounge. You haven't played Go in years. It's just chilling on your phone. Oh, guys, I don't know. I love Pokemon Go. I don't know. It's still has a special place in my heart, which makes me sad that Niantic's thinking about selling it to a company that made Monopoly Go. And I hear that game is like one of the worst offenders of like malicious predatory like mobile design practices out there. So that honestly that concerns me a lot. Anime logic once again. Literally makes no sense at all, but sure. Actually, no! There is a reason. This is actually not anime logic. There is a good reason for this. Oh, what's that song called? What is that? What is that called? I mean, okay, maybe it... I don't know. You know what? I don't care about using the correct title now. I don't want to spend too much time looking for it. Also, you used to play it all the time back in the day, but you just kind of fell out of playing it for some reason. Oh, and your hero is going to be so that you know who that... Yeah, it is crumbing. Hopefully the Pokemon company vetoes the decision or something, because, I mean, they do own the IP. Hopefully they don't let it go to crud. Also, but Pikachu is Ash's Pokemon, not May's. Ergo, not in May's party, so Skitty wouldn't be able to assist Thunderbolt, as Pikachu is not a member of May's team. And on top of the fact that Pikachu wasn't in that battle to begin with, so wouldn't even be an active party member. I do understand your reasoning. Just keep watching, though. Actually, I think they discussed this now. Ash rolled his eyes as May pulled him into the coordinator's lounge. Brock and Sydney immediately stopped talking and looked up. How'd it go? Brock asked, hoping for some good news. Well, the appeal went as we planned it, Ash said, sitting down with May, taking a seat next to him on the bench. Up until Skitty uses assist. What happened? Brock sat up and leaned against the lockers behind him. Somehow Skitty used Pikachu's Thunder Attack, he said, pointing to the electric Pokemon on her shoulder. Are you sure it wasn't Munchlax's metronome and it just made thunder? Ash shook his head. No, I'd know Pikachu's thunder anywhere, and that was definitely Pikachu's. Cindy rocked a sleeping Happiny gently. But Pikachu isn't May's Pokemon, she said. How did Skitty use its move? Brock rubbed his chin. Well, there is one way. Has May been handling Pikachu or his Pokeball a lot recently? Ash and May remembered what happened at the hot springs a few days ago on one island. Ash pulled out 6 Pokeballs and tossed them in the air. 5 opened, setting Sceptile, Totodile, Muck, Cyndaquil, and Ipom free. The 6th, however, fell to the ground, bouncing slightly. May picked it up. What's wrong with this Pokeball, Ash? She said, raising her eyebrows. Ash snatched it out of her hand. Oh, that's Pikachu's Pokeball, he told her. I must have grabbed it by accident. May's been holding on to Pikachu a lot today since she had that nightmare, and she did hold his Pokeball for a second back then, Ash thought. Brock tapped his chin. Well, then probably Skitty's assist treated Pikachu like it was May's Pokemon, so it was able to use one of his moves. May shrugged. That's not bad, is it, Ash? Ash closed his eyes and put himself deep in thought. Well, I guess not, he said finally. He then looked over to Pikachu. But you're still my Pokemon, right, buddy? He asked him. Pikachu! He nodded. He jumped around May's head and began nuzzling Ash's cheek from May's shoulder. That's all I need, then, Ash chuckled, playing with his friend. Are you sure? Came a rather cool voice from the doorway. Ash, May, Cindy, and Brock all looked over at the woman it came from. She stood about at Brock's height, her sharp purple eyes shooting into Ash. Her long black hair went down below her waist and was highlighted in red around her face. She wore a purple top that covered her chest and went to her neck, and long purple gloves covered her arms from a little short of her elbow to the ends of her fingers. A flashy golden belt hung on her waist below her midriff, holding up long, straight black pants. Her purple heels were visible under the cuffs of her pant legs. Oh, yeah? Cindy jumped up and glared at the woman as the rest of her friends sat stunned and silent. Who asked you? Brock stood up and pushed Cindy behind him. Let's play Queen Lucy! Lucy blushed and immediately looked to the breeder. Brock? She stammered. He slid up to Lucy and took her by the hand. Oh, Queen Lucy, I knew that you would come to find me one day, and that day is today! He swooned. Her face only flushed deeper as she stared, tranced by Brock's eyes. What do you think about leading these kids here to participate in this contest while you and I go to a nice restaurant in town to catch up between friends? Brock asked, flashing his teeth in a charming way. We're kids? Cindy shouted, annoyed with the breeder. Catch up? May gawked. You only met her for one day! Ash and Pikachu only laughed quietly at the situation. Lucy! A booming voice resounded through the room. We aren't here to pick up dates or play with children. Ash took this time to stand up. No way, he gasped. Smirking, Tucker stepped into the room. Surprised to see me, boy? He asked. I thought you were in jail! Cindy shouted, pointing an accusing finger at the costume man. Well, when you have friends in places like I do, he smirked, you don't stay in places like that for long. Brock, Lucy whispered, smiling. Why don't you and I team up in the contest and let Tucker and your little friend here go together instead? You and me? Brock practically exploded with joy right there. No way! Cindy protested. There's no way I'm getting stuck with Butterfly Man over here! I'd rather forfeit than participate with such a brat! Tucker fired back at the young girl. Annabelle peeked in behind the Frontier Brains who were at the door. What's all the commotion? Okay. Oh, you forgot Lucy had a thing for Rock. Yeah, she does! Yeah, she does! Which, by the way, can I just say good for him? Or are they both knocking her out? Yeah, I know, good for him, right? It's also like, yeah, I know, it's a mystery, right? It's a mystery. Oh yeah, good for him, she's QAF. Yes, yeah, she is. That is true. Good for him! Ah! Greta recognized Tucker's hairstyle from behind. Tucker! She nearly squealed. Why'd you get out so soon? Tucker turned to Greta as she and Annabelle entered the room. Now, my blonde friend. A truly great tactician never reveals his strategy until the operation is over. Is that why you told us that you had a friend bail you out? Cindy sneered, holding her half-knee close. You be quiet, you brat! Tucker glared back at her, with Cindy glaring back just as harshly. Anyway, Annabelle said, stepping away from the confrontation. Brock, aren't you and Cindy next to appeal? Brock broke his gaze away from Lucy for a moment. That is true, he said. Now wait for me, your highness, he bowed to Lucy. As soon as I return, we can discuss dinner plans. Oh, brother. Cindy rolled her eyes. Let's go and get this over with. She grabbed him by the ear and pulled him away from Lucy and down the hall to the arena. Annabelle's disposition changed from carefree to cautious. What are you two doing here, Lucy? She asked in a business tone. Scott's benefactor still has his business in the Sevii Islands, Lucy explained. We're still here on his business. Lucy, is Team Rocket this benefactor you've been talking about? Ash asked, staring at the Pike Queen. I'm not at liberty to say since I don't know myself, she said, shrugging. Lucy, you're not supposed to talk about our mission here or the benefactor, Tucker chastised her. Lucy glared at him, her eyes cold. You have your code of conduct, I have mine, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't try to enforce your rules on me, got that? How dare you speak to me like that? Tucker was outraged, stomping his feet and glaring back at his fellow brain. You may have missed this since you got sent to prison. Lucy's acid-laced words came pouring from her mouth. But you screwed up that last mission big time. I don't know what possessed you to take two island populace hostage, but usually a locate and recover mission has a great deal more stealth to it. Tucker gulped. I was only trying to make it a grand scheme. Lucy picked him up by his spandex suit. I don't care what you were making it. The benefactor was really upset that you screwed up the mission. I had to promise that you wouldn't do anything so stupid again. And I only did so because you're my friend. With a look of disgust on her face, she dropped the quivering dome ace to the ground. Tucker scrambled to his feet and stood back, catching his breath. Are you still looking for that? Annabelle asked. Well, there was a change of plans, Lucy explained as soon as Brock left her field of vision. We're not looking for the sapphire anymore, she said. We're here for something else. May blinked. Something else? Lucy shrugged again. I can't say. But then she smiled, saying, as Butterfly Man here noted, I'm not supposed to divulge information about the mission to people who aren't involved. She looked over the room at the children. Be careful, all of you, she said, looking at Ash in particular. With that, she left the room, dragging Tucker along with her. Ash. May stood up and grabbed his hand. I'm worried about what's going on. This is getting really strange. Ash looked at the empty door. All we can do is take Lucy's advice. Be careful. Ash, it's obvious it's Team Rocket. They literally were swarming the base. Yeah, true. But then again. It was kind of a rhetorical question, probably. Or was it a rhetorical question? Yeah, okay, you know what? I don't know. I'm not gonna look back. I'm just gonna continue. All right. Knowing Ash, he meant it. You know what? That is also a possibility. Ash is on Team Instinct and not Team Mystic for a reason. That's my headcanon anyway. All right. Chapter 22, Crooked Contest. Ashman and Annabelle sat in silence for a moment. Hey, can you guess why I picked Scent of Silence for this? I'm kidding. Greta had left the room shortly after the other brains left. I'm gonna go warm up my battle round Pokemon, she said. when asked about her departure. But the battle round isn't until after all the appeals, Annabelle contested. And even then, they have to tally the scores and choose who goes on. Oish! Greta snapped around. It pays to be prepared, she said. The arena tycoon then turned around and left the three of them in the room by themselves. May sat next to Ash on the bench near the lockers in the room, nervously playing with Pikachu's ears, much to the electric type's annoyance. Brock peered around the doorway into the room. Hey guys, why is everyone so quiet? He stepped in, followed by Cindy, who called her Happiny out of her Pokeball. The breeder sat down next to Ash on the opposite side from May, and the smaller girl sat on the other side of the coordinator. Ash sighed loudly. Tucker and Lucy left after you all went to your appeal, Ash said. They're here looking for something on the island. They are? What is it this time? May placed her face in Pikachu's fur. They wouldn't say. All Lucy would tell us is to be careful. You think she was warning us? Ash asked the breeder. Brock scratched his chin. I wouldn't doubt it. Lucy doesn't seem like a bad person. But why would she warn you two? Cindy asked, rocking her giggling Happiny. Unless we're in danger, there'd be no reason to... Cindy then immediately caught on what was going on. We're in danger here? May asked no one in particular. That might not be the only explanation. But with all the frontier brains that are around, something bad could very well happen. He then looked up across the room and smiled. Present company excluded, of course. Annabelle grinned. Of course. The television started flickering on, and the man known as Jameson was smiling into the camera. Thank you, one and all, for waiting, he said. It was a long appeals round, and it was lots of hard work trying to find out which coordinators should move on, but I think we've chosen the best of the best. The screen changed to show a blank contest scoreboard. Let me announce our finalists, Jameson announced. First, we have... All eyes looked to the screen. The intensity was building, and the tension rising. Brock and Cindy! The faces of the breeder and the girl appeared on the screen. Brock and the Cerulean native let out a sigh of relief. May looked at the screen, still confident that she and Ash made the battle round. We have to. There's no way that our appeal couldn't have made it. Next is Annabelle and Greta. The salon maiden let out a sigh of relief as she had passed. I felt like our appeal was pretty bad. It was like our Pokemon weren't in sync at all. A miracle we made it past. Third is Ash and May Ketchum. Ash and May's jubilations that they made it were cut when everyone else shot glances of surprise and shock at him. May Ketchum? Cindy asked, raising an eyebrow. You didn't. May turned red and stood. Of course we're not married yet. We're too young for that. That's right. Ash stood while speaking. Besides, I haven't eaten any Woody cake. Pikachu, in stark contrast with the couple, was beside himself with laughter, rolling around in May's lap so hard he had almost lost his balance and fell off. They must have just misread the name, Annabelle sighed. Next time, Ash, don't give us all a heart attack and write the names down right. I'm the one who marked it down, May said, sitting between Ash and Annabelle. Don't blame him for my mistake. May, Ash whispered. It must have been a slip of the mind or something, she laughed. Oh, I know I'm not married to him. Well, don't make that mistake again, Annabelle huffed. Finally, our last competitors are, Jameson began, returning all attention to the television screen, Lucy and Tucker. Everyone's mouths just dropped open at that announcement. Lucy and Tucker? They're in the contest too? Annabelle glared at the screen. I thought they were looking for something, Cindy said, narrowing her eyebrows. Why are they entering this contest? I don't want to have to fight Lucy, Brock cried. How can a battle between us affect our affections for one another? May ignored Brock's hysterics and reached out for Ash's hand, concerned. We'd better be careful, just like Lucy said, Ash. Right, he said. This contest is getting weirder by the minute. We gotta stay on guard. Ika. Pokemon nodded. Now we'll randomize the teams for the battle round, Kingston continued. All the pictures began jumping around the screen, rearranging themselves in no particular order. Suddenly, the pictures stopped, and a tournament bracket was drawn up between them. We have Brock and Cindy versus Lucy and Tucker for our first battle, Jameson declared. And that leaves Annabelle and Greta against Ash and May in the second. No! Brock wailed melodramatically, clutching his heart. How could they force me to fight the one I love? The breeder slumped over and fell back into the bench, sprawling all along it. Ash shot a grin at Annabelle's direction. Well, looks like we're up against each other in our first round, he said. Annabelle smiled back. I hope you all are ready. I'm not going to hold back, and neither is Greta. Oh, wait, Greta said, snapping in, rubbing the inside of her ear with the white towel that was draped across her shoulders. What's going on? You and Greta are fighting May and me in the first round. Ash, May said, tugging on his hand. I think we need to go warm up. Outside. Oh, Ash snickered. Right. He began heading out the room with May close behind him. All right, guys, see you later. And with that, the trainer and coordinator ran towards the lobby of the building and out the door. Greta, I need to go warm up my Pokemon, Annabelle said. Where did you go train? I'll show you, she said, taking Annabelle by the hand and leading her to the door. But wait, Brock whined. When do I get a chance to warm up? Cindy yanked on his ear as the girls left the room hand in hand. You'll get your chance to warm up in a trial by fire, she said. We're first. We go battle now. Brock could only scream as he was dragged down the hall by a girl not even half his size. Yeah, I love the antics going on here. I love the antics. Seriously, this music just makes it better. It just makes it so much funnier. I love Fire Emblem Awakening music. Anyway. Charizard, I choose you! Ash tossed the Pokeball out. In a flash, his loyal fire Pokemon appeared. Blaziken, let's go! They tossed hers up as well. They started to materialize before them. We need to get in a few training rounds before the match, Ash told the Pokemon. We just need to do a little warm-up. Charizard roared and Blaziken flexed. The Pokemon glanced to each other, sharing a grin. Let's try some moves on those trees over there, Ash pointed in the distance. May and the Pokemon all nodded, and they began heading out for some last-minute training. Now this will be a double contest battle, Jameson announced. Each side will use only 2 Pokemon, and they must share a type, as per the rules. The match will end when both of one side's Pokemon are unable to attack, or when one side runs out of points. Go Skarmory! Cindy said, tossing her Pokeball. Her mother's Pokemon served her well in the appeals round. Now she just had to win the battle round. Swampert, let us do battle! Tucker's booming voice filled the small arena. Tucker's loyal water and ground type appeared and roared at Skarmory, but the steel and flying Pokemon didn't move an inch. Milotic, let's go! The Pike Queen tossed in her Pokeball. The Pokemon's ball snapped open, and a lovely vision appeared before the cameras and competitors in the arena. A long, serpentine Pokemon rolled her neck, making herself ready for battle. Her body was long and cream-colored, with ravishing red eyes and long eyebrows. At the end of her body was a blue scaly tail, adorned with large patches of red scales. Her tail was like a beautiful fan, as she waved to her face. Figures, Brock muttered loudly. The most beautiful competitor uses the most beautiful Pokemon. Lucy heard this and started blushing bright red. Tucker looked over to his teammate. This isn't a time for fun, he said. We're here for a reason. Gotta do our mission. Right, Lucy swallowed, trying her hardest to keep her eyes away from Brock's handsome features or his powerful Steelix that reminded her of him. Cindy sighed. This battle is just getting weirder and weirder, she sighed, and we haven't even started yet. And then Jameson shouted from his judge's booth. Let the battle begin! I'll start off, Tucker said, grinning. Swampert, shoot down that Skarmory with Mudshot! Never mind, that Skarmory is part flying type, and so that would not be effective, but whatever. Skarmory, fly up and out of the way! As Steelix and Milotic had a stare-off, Skarmory took flight, narrowly dodging the mud. Skarmory, trap Swampert and Milotic with spikes, the girl continued. The armored bird Pokemon flung her wings apart, scattering metal spikes towards the opposing water types. Swampert, protect! Never mind that, Spikes is a status move, or it's a status move, not a damaging move, so protect wouldn't have worked there anywhere. Ah, whatever, I need to stop. I need to shut up. Tucker Swampert placed all 4 limbs to the ground and generated a green shield around himself and Milotic. The spike shot down by Skarmory bounced off the shield into the center of the arena. Cindy glanced over at Brock, who was nervously chattering his knees. What are you waiting for, Brock? An engraved invitation? Get in the battle! But On the other side of the arena, Tucker was lashing out at Lucy. Are you just gonna sit there and be a target? The Dominguez derided her. We'll lose the match! Lucy grit her teeth. She shot her gaze to the roof at Skarmory. Milotic, bring it down with Twister! Milotic aimed her tail, with a flicker of her fin, sent a huge gust of wind at Cindy's airborne Pokemon. Steelix! Brock panicked. Block that with Dragon Breath! Steelix opened his mouth and let fly a white, steamy-looking breath attack that nullified Milotic's Twister. Lucy, surprised, looked over to Brock. Brock, why? This is a battle, Lucy, Brock said through clenched teeth. If I hold back on you because of what I feel in my heart, I won't be doing you justice. So I'm going all out, and you should too. Lucy can only blush and mutter Brock back at him. Cindy looked at the score and saw her jaw drop. And her jaw dropped. Through these exchanges, she and Brock had lost half their points already, while Tucker and Lucy had barely lost any. Hey, something's up, she growled. Why do we have such few points and they have so many? Because you're not looking out for this! Tucker exclaimed. Swampert, use your water pulse! Tucker's Swampert summoned down a torrent of water onto the unsuspecting Steel and Flying type. Skarmory! Steelix, block that with Sandstorm! Brock called out. Okay, I'm not even gonna talk. As Steelix began rotating the links on his body, sand began pouring out of him. The rotation caught the sand and shot it upwards, intercepting the water pulse. Thanks, Brock, Cindy said. Now to turn the tables on Tucker. Skarmory, use Air Cutter! Skarmory flapped her wings hard, generating a penetrating gust of wind that flew towards Swampert. Swampert, tear through that with Dynamic Punch! Tucker growled. Milotic, stop Steelix from interrupting with Iron Tail! Steelix, you use Iron Tail too! Swampert leapt through the air and launched his fist right through the gust that Skarmory had made. Meanwhile, the ends of both Steelix and Milotic's glowing tails had made contact, and the Pokemon were struggling against each other. Your Steelix is powerful, Brock, Lucy complimented. So is your Milotic, Brock said, smiling back. But I have the upper hand here, she said. Milotic, hit Steelix right between the eyes with Hydro Pump! As Milotic readied the most powerful water attack. Besides Hydro Cannon, of course. Brock made a split-second command. Steelix, drop the Iron Tail and lay flat on your side! Steelix obeyed and fell to his side as instructed. The Hydro Pump shot from Milotic's mouth and only grazed the Steel and Ground type's side. Cindy smiled at Tucker. Thanks for the opening, Butterfly Man! She snickered. What? What are you talking about? Skarmory, use Air Slash! Air Slash? There's no move called... Tucker was stopped in his tracks. Skarmory began furiously slashing her wings through the air as if they were razors. From each part of her wings came what appeared to be a glowing, faster-moving air cutter. However, with the increased number and speed, the attack was sure to leave a greater mark. Too close to Skarmory and too far off the ground to take evasive action, Swampert cringed as the slashing wind cut against his moist skin. The Mudfish Pokemon was sent hurtling towards the ground and impacted very sharply. Steelix, meanwhile, having dodged the Hydro Pump, squirmed alongside Milotic and bound the Pokemon in a bind attack. I'm feeling a sneeze coming up. Sorry about that. Alright, no, the anime logic is killing me right now. Let me guess, Tucker and Lucy are gonna win, and Ash and Mary are gonna win, so they'll be fire against water and they'll get cooked. Actually, who knows how this will go. She's got a Gen 4 Pokemon, also reminds no Gen 4 moves. That does remotely make sense, though, so you're gonna refrain from being irritated, but still, bro. Yeah, you can't be technical there! Also, thank you. Thank you for the bless you. Steelix, meanwhile, having dodged the Hydro Pump, squirmed alongside Milotic and bound the Pokemon in a bind attack. Make sure she can't move, Steelix! As Steelix groaned her approval, a loud buzzer sounded in the arena. The competitors looked to the screen and saw that Brock and Cindy had run out of points. What? Brock could barely believe what he was seeing. How did that happen? We were winning! Cindy shouted to the judges. How could you penalize us for winning? Jameson tugged at his collar and cleared his throat. You see, you weren't battling with enough finesse. And your Pokemon were clearly tiring out, Jessentine said. I had a move I was going to use to restore my strength, Cindy contested. You just qualified us too quickly. The judges have spoken, Tugger said, grinning. You're just being a whiny brat about it. What did you say? Cindy glared at him, fire in her eyes. I didn't think my mom would be mad, Cindy, as much as I agree with what you do, Tucker is right, Lucy said, eyes closed and arms folded. The judges have made their decision, as corrupt as it may be. The rest of the arena fell in silence. The Pokemon had all returned to their respective sides. Lucy recalled her Milotic and faced Brock. Careful, Brock. I don't want you to get hurt. With that, she turned and left the arena. Brock and Cindy begrudgingly recalled their Pokemon and left the arena themselves, spirits dampened. Tucker grinned after recalling his Swampert as he followed Lucy down the hallway. If you had been more active in the battle, he mocked, that wouldn't have happened. Lucy picked up Tucker by the wings of his outfit and pinned him to the wall. We were supposed to fight the other two, she snarled at him. Why did we fight them? Tucker shrugged to the best of his ability. Change of plans? Who would change those plans? Scott? Another one of the brains? Who? Don't ask me, he said. I was just as surprised as you were. Heard from what, though, indeed? Huh. Oh, I love this next part! Oh, boy! I'd keep an eye on those judges. Brock's word echoes through echoed through Ash and May's memories as they stepped into the arena. They're definitely up to no good. Cindy's interjection also rang clear. Ash and May looked across the arena to their opposition. Hey, Ash, Animal said, waving, smiling. Let's have a good match, okay? Ash couldn't help smiling back. Sure, and it'll be even better when May and I win. Don't get too overconfident, Greta sneered. I'm not holding back this time. Oh, yeah? May stepped up. This time, we've got our strongest Pokemon. You'll lose to us just like last time. You all talk a good game, Annabelle smiled. Well, let's see you put your money where your mouth is. All right, Ash pulled out a Pokeball. Charizard, I choose you! Blaziken, May threw hers. Take the stage! Go on, my friend! Annabelle tossed her Pokeball into the mix. Oish! Greta threw hers in as well. Several flashes and Pokeball snaps later, Charizard and Blaziken faced off against Metagross and Medicham. Are both sides ready? Jameson asked. You bet! They all affirmed. Then let the match begin! God, I love that song. It happens during my favorite moment in Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh, I love it. So good. But now, chapter 23. The battle within a battle. Already got the advantage, Ash thought to himself. Metagross is a steel type as well as a psychic type. Charizard and Blaziken both have an advantage over it. And since Medicham uses only punches and kicks, Charizard's ability to fly gives it another advantage. Pikachu encouraged May from her shoulder, causing the girl to smile. She looked over the judges. They seemed to be sweating intensely, waiting for the first move to be made. In particular, Jessentine's Meowth, who had been asleep the rest of the time, was now wide awake and watching her intently. This is kind of weird, May thought, but I've got to focus on the battle. While Zard can shred Medicham, Metagross? Why not? Alakazam or Espeon? Metagross and Blaziken are both strong against the other, but still. Zam or Espeon can shred Blaziken. True! Because Blaziken is part fighting, so it would be kind of a glass cannon sort of deal, but then again, this is a double battle, so they would also have to deal with Charizard as well. They probably know that Blaziken is going to be a target. So they could probably use that to their advantage. But anyway. Medicham, get in there and bash that Charizard with Focus Punch! Greta commanded. Charizard, take flight and use Flamethrower! Ash countered. Metagross, shoot down Charizard with Hyper Beam. Annabelle assisted. Blaziken, cover Charizard with Fire Spin! They entered. Before Medicham could get close enough to land her glowing Focus Punch, Ash's loyal Charizard flapped his wings and took to the sky. Metagross opened his mouth and aimed the glowing beam at Charizard as Blaziken took in a breath, readying her attack. Charizard poured flames out from his mouth onto Medicham, who jumped backwards as the flames chased her towards the wall. Metagross's Hyper Beam fired, and Blaziken's spinning flames shot out to counter. The flames and the beam struggled against each other for but a moment, and then the beam shot through, heading straight for Charizard. Charizard, dodge it! His flame Pokemon flapped his wings and nimbly dodged the attack. Ash, I'm sorry. Hey gosh, I thought we'd be able to counter that. Ash gave a thumbs up, but kept focused on the battle. It's fine, May. You still slowed it down so we could dodge it. Thank you. Metagross, give Blaziken a Meteor Mash as soon as you can move again. Annabelle fumed quietly in her mind. Her Pokemon acknowledged, but was unable to move. Medicham, knock that flying lizard down with High Jump Kick! Greta continued her offensive. Charizard, knock it back with Steel Wing! Blaziken, knock Metagross over with Blaze Kick! You'll just have to take it. Stand strong, Annabelle urged her Pokemon. Blaziken quickly approached the immobile iron-like Pokemon and leapt into the air. She thrust her leg down towards its head, and her talon quickly burst into flame. The Red Hot Kick knocked Metagross backwards towards Annabelle, but the Pokemon straightened up and was able to continue. Meanwhile, Charizard began a dive towards Greta's Medicham, his wings glowing. Medicham leapt into the air, her knee crashing into Charizard's wing. The mighty dragon cried out in pain and tumbled toward the ground. Shaken, Charizard came to his feet and roared at Medicham. You idiot! Greta taunted. Your Steel Wing gave Charizard Steel-type properties on its wings, and Steel-types are hurt really easily by fighting strikes! Ash slapped his hand against his face. Great! How could I forget that fighting has an advantage over Steel? Brock right here, he wouldn't have let me forget. Oh yeah, base 20 power move is definitely going to be able to stop a base 150 power move. I mean, it did slow it down. That definitely doesn't mean anything. Listen, the GM felt like being mean. The GM is just being capricious. That's still lame how we were disqualified. Cindy continued as they entered the Pokemon Center. The judges were obviously biased. I wonder where Lucy is, Brock pondered out loud. Cindy yanked hard on his ear. Are you even paying attention to me? The girl pulled Brock back into the lobby, where there was a television hanging in the corner currently airing a movie. She sat him down in a chair on his own to let him nurse his injured ear. Aunt Joy? Cindy asked at the front counter, where a relative sat clicking at her keyboard. Can I borrow the TV remote? Sure, sweetie, Joy said, never taking her eyes off the screen. She reached away from the screen onto the desk and felt around for a bit, and then handed the gray rectangle to the girl. Thank you, Aunt Joy, Cindy smiled. You're welcome, she said, but still smiling at the screen. No, run along. Aunt Joy's almost reached level 18, and then she could go buy some more spells. Cindy ignored her aunt and returned to the lobby. She sat down next to the breeder, who was saddened that Joy wasn't coming over to speak to them. Cindy began flipping through the channels, searching for the contest. Do you remember what channel that judge guy said the contest would be on? She asked. Brock shrugged. I don't think he mentioned a particular channel. Cindy kept flipping, searching. Cindy then just kept flipping channels, searching for the contest. Cartoon Network, G4, MTV, she muttered, half paying attention. I hope we don't miss Ash and May's win. Card Game Channel, ESPN, 2, 3, 4, College, 5. Brock quietly slid up from his chair and snuck off, away from the youth who kept flipping the channels. He slid up to the counter to find Joyce slamming her keyboard with open palms. Darn it, I died again! I'll just have to get all that. I have to get all that experience again now. Joy, Brock said, taking her by the hand. I died and went to heaven when I saw you, and I'd love to experience whatever comes our way with you at my side. Joy raised an eyebrow. What? I'm entranced by your beauty, my lady, he said. May I have the pleasure of telling you about your beauty over dinner tonight? Joy blinked and frowned. No thanks. We have a raid tonight, and my other character needs those epic robes. Cindy yanked down on Brock's ear, pulling him away. Aunt Joy, what channel do they show the contest on? What do you mean? Joy raised an eyebrow. It just said that if you wanted to watch the contest, you'd have to watch it on TV, since an audience wasn't allowed. Well, that's strange, Joy said. Normally every contest is an audience, and they're never aired on TV. Are you sure? She asked. The judge said that we'd be able to see it. I'd go ask there then, she shrugged. Never had a televised contest on 4 Island. Cindy pulled down Brock's ear to her mouth. Actually, could be in trouble. Remember? Frontier Brains? With all of them there, now we can't see what's going on? I bet it's a trap. Brock nodded, his ear still paining him. You have to go help them. But regardless, though, why not use the stab super effective wing attack instead of regardless regardless of that anime logic flaw? It is stab super effective. True. That is true. But also in D&D, flying type doesn't exist. So, well. So yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Come to think of it, what would flying type be in Pokemon? I guess the closest would be like bludgeoning. But that's boring. Bludgeoning is boring. Unless you're like Pika and going Barbarian and just killing everything with bludgeoning damage, or at least Grim with bludgeoning damage. Anyway. Enough Baldur's Gate 3 talk. Ash, Charizard alright? May asked. That high jump kick looked like it hurt. Charizard's fine, aren't you, pal? Ash confidently asked his fire type. Charizard roared. Oh, we better use some of the combinations we worked on, May warned. Our scores are nearly tied with theirs, so it should give us an edge. Ash smiled. Alright, let's go! Charizard, back into the air! Charizard took off into the air while Greta fumed. Medicham, go! Medicham ran towards the airborne Charizard. Blaziken! They shouted. Get close to Medicham! Blaziken leapt over in Medicham's path and put up her hands. Do you want to fight, little girl? Greta sneered. We'll fight! Metagross, now! Meteor Mash Blaziken! Annabelle ordered mentally. Ash waited for Metagross to start moving. Charizard! Block Blaziken and Medicham off with Fire Spin! Charizard breathed a ring of fire, surrounding the 2 fighting-type Pokemon. Metagross stopped just as the fire fell in front of it, stopping it from going any further. Let's fight one-on-one, Greta, May said, smiling. Let's show some fighting Pokemon pride. Alright, sounds like it'd be a good show, Greta said, smiling back. Fight! They both called out at the same time. Blaziken tapped into her instincts and began swinging at Medicham. The Meditate Pokemon dodged one of her fists, but was caught by the other. She grabbed Blaziken's arm and attempted to throw the Pokemon towards the ground. Blaziken then kicked with her newly freed leg as she was lifted off the ground, escaping Medicham's grip. Metagross, use Psychic to clear the flames and reach Blaziken. Medicham needs our help, Annabelle ordered. Ash saw that Blaziken was currently winning the fight. Charizard, use Flamethrower on Metagross, he ordered. Metagross, catch the flames from above and send them back, Annabelle said with a nod. Or, Annabelle mentally said with a nod. Metagross looked towards the fire coming from Charizard's mouth and caught them with its powerful mind. It held the flames in the air, molding them into a ball. It then lobbed the fiery orb back at Charizard, who broke off the attack and dodged. With the moment of freedom, Metagross used its Psychic to snuff out the fire, holding Medicham and Blaziken in their infernal cage match. Blaziken! Watch out for Metagross! Blaziken was grappling with Medicham, and was gaining the edge by sinking her claws into the Psychic Pokemon's arms. As she turned her head, Metagross zoomed up from behind as fast as it could to move. Taking its large club-like appendage, it mashed Blaziken on the side, freeing Medicham from the grapple and knocking the Blaze Pokemon on her side, stunned. Pin her, now! Annabelle shouted mentally. A huge steel and Psychic Pokemon put its appendage on Blaziken's chest. Blaziken's legs couldn't reach Metagross's underside, and her arms couldn't budge the Pokemon. Blaziken, try to knock Metagross off a Sky Uppercut! They shouted. Medicham, give Blaziken a Focus Punch! Greta ordered her Pokemon. Focusing her strength, Medicham delivered a harsh punch to Blaziken's face, causing the Pokemon to cry out in pain. Keep pummeling it, Medicham! Give that little upstart what she deserves! May watched in horror as Blaziken, unable to move or fight back, was repeatedly punished by Medicham. Images of Blaziken's battles as Torchic and Combuskin came flooding back to her as her starter Pokemon lay helpless under her opponent. Charizard, dive down and do something! His order was unnecessary, as Charizard was already in a dive towards Medicham. Medicham, look up! Greta tried to get her Pokemon's attention. Medicham, however, was taking too much pleasure in humiliating May's Pokemon after her encounter with May's Beautifly days earlier. Charizard swooped down and snatched Medicham, holding the Pokemon upside down as he returned to the air. Charizard, use Seismic Toss! His reptilian Pokemon began looping through the air, building speed for the final descent. Metagross, use Hyper Beam to shoot down Charizard before it can launch its toss, Annabelle told her Pokemon. Metagross remained where it stood, pinning Blaziken to the ground. May watched Metagross angle its body skyward, ready to fire upon Ash's Pokemon. Blaziken! Use Blast Burn! Blast Burn? Annabelle and Greta gasped simultaneously. Blaziken opened her beak and began building up an orb of intense flames. Metagross looked down with his eyes while he was still angled upward. As the orb of flames grew larger and hotter, it began changing from red to orange with white flames mixed in. Charizard had finished building speed and began diving towards the ground, ready to drop Medicham. Metagross, distracted by the building of May's attack, hesitated but didn't fire the Hyper Beam. Blaziken unleashed her attack, firing the explosion point blank at Metagross. A massive steel type was launched from Blaziken, fire surrounding its body. The largest flame, however, stayed in the center of the arena, where Blaziken lay and the flames of the explosion lingered on her. Charizard tossed Medicham into the ground and rushed to his partner's aid. Using his powerful wings, he blew the flames off Blaziken's body. The worn-out fire and fighting type continued to lie there, breathing slowly, her feathers scorched. May rushed out from the sideline to her Pokemon. Pikachu came off her shoulder and sat at Blaziken's side as May lifted her Pokemon's head and sat her up. Blaziken, are you alright? She asked. You've never had a battle this hard before. Are you hurt? Smiling, Blaziken nodded, thankful that her trainer was concerned over her condition. Her gaze shifted over to where Metagross lay. Annabelle had also rushed over to her Pokemon to check its injuries. Metagross raised its head and gave Blaziken a nod, silently thanking her for the intense battle. Medicham struggled to her feet alone as Charizard landed in front of her, giving his wings a moment to rest. Ash looked up at the scoreboard. The points were exactly where they were before Blaziken and Medicham fought. The timer had already ticked to 0, but the judges didn't seem to be paying attention. He then stepped toward him. Alright, what's going on here? Why haven't the scores changed? Just behind him, Charizard let out a shrill yell. Ash immediately turned around and saw an ice beam shooting from the entranceway behind them and at Charizard's back. Charizard flapped his wings and took to the sky again, looking back at his aggressor. Whatever had fired the beam remained out of sight, to all but Charizard, who took off and began chasing whatever it was down the hall. Charizard, what's going on? Ash shouted. Get back here! May looked up at the Pokemon as he flew away. May looked up at the Pokemon as he flew away. She felt shivers run down her spine. Before she could react again, a metal claw came down and snatched Pikachu up from his spot next to Blaziken. May and Ash saw that the arm was held by Jesentine's Meowth as he stood familiarly on his hind legs and concealed Pikachu into a glass orb. Oh, I should have known! May cursed herself as she stood to face the familiar trio. Well, you didn't stop us, so prepare for trouble! Jesentine said as he showed up. You fell for the plan, so make it double! Jameson stood up, twirling his mustache. An evil as old as the galaxy! Sent here to fulfill our destiny. And with me out there's tree! To denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse! James! And you thought of names! Anywhere there's peace in the universe, Team Rocket will be there to make everything worse! Team Rocket! Ash and May shouted, Get back, Pikachu! A loud roar came from the hall that Charizard had flown down. Did you hear that? Jesse taunted. Sounds like your Charizard needs some help. You won't be able to chase Pikachu as long as your Charizard's in trouble. And with that, we make our escape. I've nothing to add, James said. The Rocket Trio began running out down the opposite hallway that Charizard had fled down. May, we gotta do something, Ash said, rushing over her. Yeah, but what? You go get Pikachu, he said. I'll go find Charizard. As Ash darted off out of the arena after his fire type, May felt another shiver down her spine. She stood up and turned to the arena. All right, Annabelle, Greta, you... She blinked for a moment, realizing that she was alone. Where'd they go? Reluctantly, May recalled Blaziken and began chasing down Team Rocket. Why the heck do they both have Fire Spin? Why does nobody have Flamethrower? Hey, she used Blast Burn. What more do you want? And also, May, Metasham is definitely not the opponent you want, because you're weak to it. You at least have a shot against Metagross. True. Also true. And, well, that is what Blaziken did. She did take down Metagross. So wait, is everyone corrupt again? Who knows? It's crazy, right? Who knows? Ash ran as fast as his legs could carry him down the halls. The air was very cold, and there seemed to be frost all down the hall. It was quickly vanishing, thanks in part to Charizard's flight down the hall. He turned one more corner and saw Charizard sliding across the ground, slamming against the wall. Charizard! Ash called to his Pokemon. He dove to his side to protect him. Nice to see you again, young man, a bold voice said from behind the trainer. Ash turned around to see a familiar face, as well as a familiar Pokemon. May hurried down the hall as fast as she could. She could hear Meow's cackling echo back to her, so she knew that Team Rocket was still in the building. Pikachu, I'm coming! May thought to herself. Her legs carried her to the entrance of the contest hall, where she found Team Rocket stopped, facing the door. Drop the Pikachu, and no one gets hurt! A familiar young girl's voice sounded around the room. Oh, like we're listening to a twerp, Jessie said, pulling out her Pokeball. Skia! The armored bird Pokemon flapped her wings, intimidating the Rockets. Team Rocket, I've had it up to here with your antics! The Pokemon breeder stepped up. Let Pikachu go! Make us! James dared him. Beautifly string shot! May ordered, tossing her Pokeball. Meow turned 1 second too late, as May's butterfly Pokemon had already wrapped her string around Pikachu's orb and snatched it out of the thieve's hands. No way! Team Rocket shouted. A Torpincer attack! May flipped open Pikachu's container and let the mouse Pokemon out. Are you okay, Pikachu? She asked. Suddenly, a huge explosion shook the contest hall, knocking everyone off their feet. What was that? James moaned as he came back to his feet. Ash! May shouted. Pika-Pee! Pikachu leapt from May's arms and dashed back in the direction his trainer was. May turned and followed the electric-type Pokemon. Hey, wait! Team Rocket shouted after the girl. We're still here for Pikachu, Jessie growled bitterly. But you're leaving with nothing, a voice from the doorway came. Stepping between Cindy and a blushing Brock, Lucy stared down the now frightened Rockets. You people disgust me, she said. We what? Jessie stood up, angered. Let's not get into who's discuss who, James tried, restraining her. Seviper, Lucy said, lobbing her Pokeball. Send these three packing with Poison Tail. Lucy's Pokeball opened, and a Seviper looking much like Jessie's came out. The blade at the end of her tail began to glow bright purple, and she began slashing it at the trio. Can we ever not have to take an attack on the way out? They whined. Seviper's Poison Tail slashed into the Rockets, knocking them through the roof and into the air. Looks like Team Rocket's busting up again! They shouted as they disappeared into the sky. Lucy, Cindy said, stood standing in awe. Lucy didn't turn back, knowing her eyes would catch Brock. Let's hurry and catch up to May, she said. Brock and the city nodded, and they began down the hall after the coordinator. Pika-Pee! Pikachu shouted again. May and the electric Pokemon had already passed through the arena again. They knew they were getting close to the opposite side's entrance. Ash! May called as she and Pikachu turned the corner into the room. May's eyes widened and voice grew weak. Ash? The room was reduced to rubble. Something had caused the roof to collapse in, revealing the clear late afternoon sky. The glass doors were destroyed, and the walls around them were barely standing. May quickly surveyed the surroundings for any sign of the pallet trainer. Pikachu dashed over to the wall closest to the arena, which was still intact. he cooed as May approached to find what he saw. 5 Pokeballs lay on the ground where Pikachu stood. She felt her eyes swell up with tears as she kneeled down next to them. Her hands shaking, she picked up one of the Pokeballs. It was still shrunken, so the coordinator pressed the button, causing it to expand. She pressed it again, and it opened in her grip. Before her, a purple monkey Pokemon with a hand on the end of her tail appeared. She appeared disoriented, looking around quickly for her trainer. May fell back, placed her face into her hands, and loudly wept. Oh boy. Man, now what? This is a bit of a cliffhanger, isn't it? Do I keep reading? It's been 3 hours. Oh. Oh! Wait a minute! Oh! Oh. Oh boy. I think I know what to end this on. I think. I just have to find it first. I think 2 more chapters? Hold on. I'm trying to confirm I can get to this part. I don't want to go too late, and I want to confirm that this is actually Oh boy. Ooh, okay. I could end it here at a cliffhanger. But I can also end it in 3 chapters. Also on a cliffhanger. Which do you want? Pick your poison, Aiden. What do you want? Regardless, you are getting a cliffhanger tonight. Actually, no. I've made my decision. Actually, no. I made my decision. No. I'm going to power through. I'm going to power through and read these next few chapters. I'm pretty sure it's 3 more chapters. I apologize for going later than I need to, but I really do. I think the next cliffhanger is even better. And plus, you'll be getting more plot, because the plot does thicken between now and then. So, I think this will be for the best. I do apologize, but I gotta do this. All right. Chapter 24, Aftermath and Before Dawn. Okay, I just gotta make sure. I'm looking at the right thing. Chapter 24. Aftermath and Before Dawn. What happened to him? Where is he? What's going on? My dream. Why is this like my dream? The dream. No. Nightmare. What happened? Why this nightmare? Where'd he go? Where did you go? Ash! When Brock, Cindy, and Lucy arrived, they found May fallen to the ground, sniffling quietly. Pikachu shook her shoulder, trying to rouse her. Oh my. Lucy put her hand over her mouth. May! Brock bolted from the group. He kneeled and lifted the girl's head up. May, are you alright? Cindy kept back around Lucy. She didn't know what to do in the situation. Is she alright? She asked tentatively. The breeder checked her pulse at her neck, then to her head for a fever. She seems like she's alright. She's still unconscious. Maybe she's just fainted? Lucy offered a suggestion, stepping closer. Pika! The small Pokemon drew their attention to the Pokeballs lying on the ground. Cindy blinked. Who just leaves a bunch of Pokeballs just lying around? Brock stepped up to investigate them further. These are Ash's Pokeballs! Seriously? Cindy walked up to him and snatched up a full-size ball herself. Are you sure? Open one up so we can be sure. I hope they're not his. Okay, Pokeball, Cindy said, tossing the red and white orb through the air. The ball fell to the ground, but remained closed. Well, that didn't do anything, Cindy pouted. There's no Pokemon inside. Lucy picked up a blue one with a red pattern. She pressed the button on the ball to expand it. Pressing the button again opened the ball, and in a flash, Totodile appeared. The water-type Pokemon danced joyfully for a moment, and then stopped. He looked back at Lucy and tilted his head, confused as to why the strange woman would have his Pokeball. Brock picked up a Pokeball himself that was close to May, while still holding the unconscious girl up. This one seems empty too, he said. Apa! The Pokemon came from the rubble in the room. Ipom climbed down the debris. Apa! Hey! She pointed at the sky, her teeth in a frown and her eyes in a panic. Ipom? Brock blinked. He pointed the ball he held at Ipom and shot a red beam at her. Ipom recoiled in panic as she was converted into energy and sealed back inside. Well, at least we know who this one belongs to. Brock opened the Pokeball back up and released Ipom, who shook her fist angrily at the breeder. Sorry, Ipom, I just had to check whose Pokeball this was. Now, what were you trying to tell us? Ipom looked around and ran over to an area where the dust had settled. Using the hand in her tail, she drew a large triangle in the dust. She then pointed to the sky across the horizon. What's this mean? Lucy asked, studying Ipom's primitive drawing. Okay. Cindy raised an eyebrow. I'm really confused now. Why are we taking directions from a Pokemon with a hand for a tail? Ipom became flustered and stomped her feet. Ooh, 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 ooh. Pikachu ran over from his side to Ipom in her drawing. And then started to talk, as it'd say, Wait, are you sure? Do you think that might be where he is? Apa! Apom nodded. Yes, and I saw it go that way! She pointed to the sky again. Do you know what's going on, Pikachu? Brock stepped over, carrying the unconscious May in his arms. Pika, he tilted his head from side to side. Well, sounds like she saw a big black triangle flying towards the horizon. He also pointed to the sky. It seems like Ipom saw something flying away, Brock said. Could it have been the thing that caused this? Lucy asked, indicating the destroyed room. Something this big couldn't have been done on its own. I'll have to ask the people around here if they saw anything at all, Brock said. I'll take May and Ash's Pokemon to the Pokemon Center so they can rest. Cindy, you and Cindy start asking around to see if you can learn anything. Right. Lightning nodded. Come on, Shorty, she said, ruffling Cindy's hair. Hey, who are you calling short? The child chased after the brain as they left down the hall towards the room that wasn't ruined. Ash, Brock whispered. I hope you're alright, pal. Ash. May reached up. Ash, where are you? Her eyes clenched themselves shut to the bright light that hung overhead. Pika! She heard. Something tried pushing her arm down. Only opening her eyes a little, just saw a yellow Pokemon pushing with all his might to put her arm back down. Hey! He grunted. Pikachu? She asked. May sat up and rubbed her eyes, still a bit confused as to what was going on. Pikaka, Pikachu sighed. May yawned and stretched out her arms. She sat up and started to look around the room. With its white walls, white bed, and plain door, May could only surmise that she was in a Pokemon Center. She blinked. Huh? What happened? How did we get to the Pokemon Center? Pikachu then began to explain, as if to say, I think that's something you should ask Brock and the others. May, kind of agreeing with this, turned and slipped off the bed. Pikachu jumped to her shoulder and she exited the room. In the hallway, Brock, Lucy, and a sweeping Cindy were all sitting, seemingly waiting for May to come out. The coordinator looked around at the grim looks in everyone's faces. What's up? She blinked. Why is everyone so gloomy? May, do you remember seeing anything that happened? Brock asked, keeping his gaze on the floor. Happened? May blinked, confused. Happened to what? What's going on? When you were running back to check on Ash, Brock said. What did you see? May thought for a moment. Well, she struggled. I remember the hallway, and then entering the room. She frowned. But it's all a blur. Why? What happened? Brock's face dimmed again as he slouched back over in his chair. And where's Ash, guys? I thought he'd be watching over me if I fainted. No one said anything. May swallowed, but her mouth was quickly becoming dry. I asked you all where Ash is, she said, shakily trying to assert herself. Where is he, guys? She blurted out, beginning to panic. We don't know, Lucy said coolly. We searched the entire island while asking everyone we could find. No one has seen him. He could be dead for all we know. Lucy's words hit May like a ton of bricks. She felt her heart sink, and her eyes widened. What do you mean you don't know? May shouted. People don't just vanish! People don't just die! May slowed down. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and the girl began toppling forward. Brock quickly caught her, but Pikachu rolled off her shoulder. I guess she fainted again, Lucy sighed. Hopefully she'll snap out of it faster this time. He's gone, May, Brock said, but we'll be able to find him. May dried her tears on yet another tissue handed to her by Pikachu. Why? She sobbed. Who took him? We have an idea, Lucy said. We found you. Ipod had been released from her Pokeball, and she apparently saw a large triangle in the sky. May sniffled and nodded. When we asked the townsfolk, they said they saw a huge pyramid fly through the air and land on the contest hall, which is what caused the roof to collapse. A huge pyramid? May huffed. Like the one... Yes, Lucy interrupted. The pyramid last the description of Brandon's battle pyramid. Another frontier brain, May sniffed and wheezed. She coughed again, prompting Pikachu to hand her another tissue. On top of that, Annabelle, Greta, and Tucker haven't been seen since you and Ash had a battle with the girls, Brock said. It's likely they're in on it too. May dropped her tissue. You mean that Annabelle may have been involved in Ash's abduction? Yes, Lucy finished. I've been trying to use my connections as a frontier brain to learn something, but I can't reach anyone except Nolan and Spencer, who are still in Kanto and haven't heard anything about this. What about Ash's Pokemon? May asked. Except for Pikachu and Ipom, that is. All present and accounted for, Brock said. Except for Charizard. Charizard's missing too? May sighed. We have his empty Pokeball, Brock said. But other than that, he's missing too. If I had to guess, he's with Ash, wherever he is. What about Ash's other Pokemon? May asked. They're currently getting checked by Joy to see if any of them are harmed, Lucy said. From what I've heard so far, they're all okay. Not even hurt. I see, May sighed. How are you feeling, May? Brock asked, putting a hand on her shoulder. May picked Pikachu up and held him close. I don't know. I feel confused inside. During times like this... Tears began silently flowing down her cheeks. During times like this, I'd ask... May struggled to keep her composure, but it wasn't working. Ika. Pikachu pat her on her opposite shoulder. May stopped fighting against them and just let the tears come. Ask Ash for help, she sobbed. He'd always be there to give me confidence. Tell me that everything's gonna be alright. And now I don't know where he is. He could be hurt, alone, or worse. May continued to sob fitfully, rubbing her tears onto Pikachu's warm yellow fur. The mouse Pokemon also clenched his eyes and shed a few tears of his own. May, you need to calm down, Lucy said, her eyes closed. Crying about it won't help you find him. You need to find a way to find where Brandon could have gone, and if he really does have Ash... May, Ash wouldn't want you to cry right now, Brock whispered. Ash would ask you to dry your tears and get ready to help him on this adventure. May's breathing was quick, but she fought back her tears, rubbing her last two away from her eyes. But where can we find someone who would know where Brandon is? Scott would know, Lucy said. He is the owner of the Battle Frontier, after all. But where can we find Scott? May asked, hugging Ash's partner close. Scott lives on 6 Island, Lucy said, turning her head to her, staring with her sharp eyes at the Petalburg native. He has a small house there that he vacations to whenever he's not following challengers around the Battle Frontier. Would he be here now? May sat further up in her seat. All signs point to yes, Lucy said, nodding. If we head to 6 Island, we could press Scott for information. May held her stomach as a small rumbling sounded from it. I guess I am kind of hungry, she laughed half-heartedly. Can we go get some food now? Brock smiled. Sure, May. Let's head down to the cafeteria. May stood and let Pikachu squirm out of her arms and to her shoulder as the trio began walking down the hall. Where's Cindy? May asked as they turned the corner. She fell asleep after all the running around today. Brock pointed to the room across where May awoke. After you fainted earlier, I went ahead and tucked her in, since she was already asleep. May stopped in her tracks right at the nurse's station. Nurse Joy? May asked. Have you finished checking on Ash's Pokemon? I have, the Pokemon nurse smiled. They all seem to be in tip-top condition. Well, other than Ipom, who seemed a bit emotionally distressed. And for good reason, too, May sighed. May I have his Pokeballs? Joy saw the look on the girl's face and couldn't say no. Here they are, May, she said, dropping the 5 Pokeballs into her hands. Take good care of them. May did a double take. But why did I get 5 Pokeballs? Was it Charizard missing too? Did you already forget about Cyndaquil? Brock asked. Remember? He stayed here last night because of his injuries. May blushed with embarrassment. Oh yeah, I guess it just slipped my mind. May slipped Ash's Pokeballs into her bag, glad to still have some part of the boy with her. She unconsciously moved her hand to her hair, running her fingers through her bangs, and touched the bandana, the one that Ash had got for her. He's always been protecting me, she thought, even when he's not here. May snapped her head up. Why am I thinking like this? He's not dead! He's out there somewhere. Maybe they just didn't look hard enough. A crooked grin fell over her face. I'll just go for a look myself when I sneak out tonight. May's detective energy has a new case to solve! Brock led her into the Pokemon Center's cafeteria, none the wiser. So wait, Lucy actually isn't corrupt, but Tucker, Greta, and Annabelle are corrupt again. And Brandon also is corrupt, which means they're crooked. That was a whirlwind couple of chapters. Oh boy, Aiden, wait until you see the next couple of chapters. Oh my goodness, you've seen nothing yet. Things are really gonna be picking up. Oh, I'm so excited. May ate her fill, her vitality restored. Brock smiled and noted that she seemed to be feeling better. I can't be depressed if I'm gonna find Ash, can I? She said, with a smile after swallowing a bite of food. Brock smiled and agreed, not knowing what May would be up to. Lying in bed while waiting for Brock to fall asleep, she contemplated that perhaps Ash and Charizard had chased after Brandon and his pyramid and were fighting a daring battle for her sake. But then why wouldn't he have come back for the Pokemon he dropped? He'd need them to battle, wouldn't he? She frowned. Maybe he is in trouble and is waiting for me to come save him? May felt like she was becoming agitated. Then what am I doing here? She asked herself. Ash needs my help. But still, she waited. Without realizing it, she nodded off while she waited for the breeder to finish with a shower. May, are you alright? Ash pulled her up by the hand. I'm okay, Ash, but where are we? She asked him. She took a look around and found herself in a dense forest. Many pine trees lined the path that she apparently had fallen down on. The sky was clear, though, and a few Pokemon flew overhead. I don't know, he said dejectedly. I can't find Pikachu anywhere. Where could he be? May peered around Ash's head into the forest behind him. Have you looked in there? May, that's it! He exclaimed. Let's go look in the woods over there! May raised an eyebrow. Are you feeling alright, K-Ash? That was kind of obvious for you to have to ask me. Come on, we gotta find Pikachu! He said, turning his hat around. Hey, wait! May interrupted. Didn't you give that hat to Max as a present? May's memory destroyed her dream. At first, she was glad that she awoke. But she was also melancholy, since she was reunited with Ash in that dream. But we were looking for something in the woods, May whispered to herself. It was at that moment her eyes shot wide open. Oh no! She sat up in a harsh whisper. I fell asleep! Her eyes shot over to the room's alarm clock that sat on the small table next to the bunk bed. Each clock gave the time at 3:42 in the morning. Oh boy, 3 a.m.! May gave a sigh of relief, then looked at the Pokemon she shared the bed with. Pikachu dozed peacefully next to where May's head had been lying on the pillow. She gently shook the electric type, hoping to awaken without causing too much noise. Cha, the mouse Pokemon yawned, stretching his mouth wide open, exposing the fangs in the back of his mouth. Shh, he whispered. We're gonna go out and look for Ash, so be quiet and don't wake up Brock. Pika? He asked quietly. Huh? Why not wait for everyone else before we're looking for him? Well, I wanted to look for myself, she said. Will you come with me? Pikachu shrugged. He wasn't gonna get any more sleep tonight anyway. Great! May's detective agency has a new case and a new partner, the girl giggled to herself quietly. May took her pack and Pikachu quietly into the hall. Walking quietly, trying not to disturb anyone else that may have been using the center, she snuck down to the lobby and peered around the corner. There was Nurse Joy, her eyes bloodshot, and focused on the computer monitor as she manipulated both the mouse and keyboard. Take that, kobolds, she said to herself, with much joy. May ignored the nurse and slipped into the girl's restroom, leaving Pikachu outside to stand guard. She changed from her bedclothes into her regular attire and smiled at herself in the mirror. We'll find him. I know we will. May quickly opened the door, almost hitting Pikachu with it in the process. Oh, are you alright? She asked as she placed the Pokemon on her shoulder. Chica, he yawned, still not entirely sure what was going on. Right, let's go look for Ash, May shouted, dashing out of the Pokemon Center, brimming with energy. May and Pikachu found the forest that hedged around town. May re-explained to Pikachu what was going on, and the two delved into the woods, calling for Ash while looking for any clues as to his whereabouts. Though May was quickly becoming frustrated with her search. Come on, she shouted in anguish. But still she searched. It was becoming more apparent that she wasn't going to find what she was looking for here. It was in the dream and everything, the girl fumed quietly as the night dragged on. Finally, after hours of searching, May and Pikachu consigned to their defeat. I guess I should change the name to May's Defective Agency, she said, slumping over in the dirt next to Pikachu. Pika, he sighed. We're not getting anywhere, are we? She asked Ash's Pokemon. He shook his head, confirming May's suspicions. She looked up towards the sky. And from the looks of things, the sun should be rising pretty soon. Let's go back to the Pokemon Center before Brock wakes up and finds us missing. The duo left the forest, spirits hampered. May tried to remain jovial, putting her fingers in a square shape and looking through them. Though downtrodden, May's detective agency has not given up the case of the kidnapped boyfriend. They still have a lead, the corrupt owner of the now treacherous Battle Frontier. May cut herself off. She and Pikachu had returned to the port where she and Ash came in but a day ago. She swallowed and approached the boat. It was still as empty as ever. It would be a fair assumption that the boat still had as little fuel as ever. Ash, May sighed. I'm worried, Pikachu. We don't know where he is or even if he's still alive. Then Pikachu lightly shook her shoulder and pleaded. May, don't give up on Ash. He's still alive. I know it. I want to believe you, Pikachu, but I need a sign, she sighed. A sign that he's still okay. From behind her, A bright golden light began shining from above. May turned her head to the sky to see a huge Pokemon flying towards the southeast, passing right overhead. Its wings seemed to change colors as it flew overhead, quickly flickering between the 7 colors of the rainbow. Although the Pokemon kept changing colors, May immediately recognized the color scheme that the Pokemon was known to possess. She flipped open her Pokedex very quickly to make sure. A picture of that Pokemon appeared on the screen. Ho-Oh, the Pokedex said. The rainbow Pokemon. May snapped the Pokedex shut then and there. That's Ho-Oh! The real Ho-Oh! She leapt in the boat and began paddling it out with her hands in the direction that the flying Pokemon flew. Come on, Pikachu, help me paddle! You gotta chase it! It might be trying to show us where Ash is! Pika? He said, looking a bit confused. Pikachu. May reached in her pack and opened Ash's lure ball. Totodile sprang forth, landing in the water. Come on, go Totodile! May called out, tossing the loop of rope from in the boat. Chase Ho-Oh! Totodile didn't give it a second thought. The big jaw Pokemon wrapped the loop around himself and began plowing through the water at high speeds. Ash's Pokemon made good headway, chasing the legendary Pokemon across the ocean. But Ho-Oh was flying faster than they were sailing to start with, and began to disappear over the horizon as the sun began to rise in front of their eyes. May held her hand up to guard her eyes against the sun's rays and could only strain her vision as Ho-Oh disappeared from her sight. Well, we may have lost our lead, but we haven't lost our vision, they shouted to the ocean, standing in the boat. May's detective agency will follow Ho-Oh's lead to whatever island that it was heading us to. Hang on, Ash! I'm coming! Okay, I mean, with Brandon involved, they're cooked. Quite literally, only plot armor will give him the victory, especially with the other Frontier brains backing him up. Yeah, I mean, he's, Brandon's pretty good. He's pretty good, yeah. But hey, you can't... Listen, though. May has determination. She can do it. She can do it! But now... we start really getting into things. We start getting into the reason why I wanted to continue. Chapter 25. Ashes to Ashes, Part 1. Determination. I think you mean plot armor. Is there a difference between the two? Determination is just liquid plot armor, if you think about it. Or, well, okay. Like, you played Undertale, right? Isn't determination just plot armor? Think about it. You can do anything with a little determination. Actually, I'm pretty sure determination... doesn't determination, like... Yeah, it does corrupt monsters. That's how the amalgamations came to be. Anyway, enough talk about Undertale. May, where are you? What's going on? What did I see? Pikachu, I hope you're okay. May. Ash's eyes were shut, but he awoke with a splitting headache. Without opening his eyes, he realized he was sitting up against a cold wall. Attempting to move his arms also proved useless. They were chained above him to the wall behind him. Shaking his head, he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. A wall of illuminated display screens caused him to squint his eyes in pain. They all had a sky blue glow, but nothing was being displayed on the screens. 3 figures stood before him. The closest was easily identifiable as Greta, to his left. The one off to his right, standing about as far behind Greta as Greta was in front of Ash, was Annabelle, her face looking away from the chained trainer. Behind both the girls was a taller man. Burly, not buff. His hair was about as long as Annabelle's was. Garbed in long green pants and a matching button-up shirt, he stood with his arms crossed. Ash couldn't see his eyes through the room's lighting, but he could tell that his face was locked in a frown. Hey, Ash grunted, pulling at the chains. What's going on? Why am I chained up? We've learned from reports that you have a tendency to escape when imprisoned, Greta said. We need to keep you here until we arrive. Until what arrives? Ash grunted, pulling as far as his free legs would allow. Where are you taking me? Greta brought her leg into Ash's side, knocking him back and causing him to gasp for air. Quiet! You'll know when we get there. As Ash gasped for more air, Annabelle stepped over to him. At first, Ash grunted at her and pulled away, but the salon maiden gently touched his point of impact of Greta's leg. It's okay, Ash, she said. She's just upset that you don't know any more than she does. Shut up, Annabelle! Greta stomped her feet. Young man, the man in the back of the room said. We meet again. Ash struggled for a bit as he recalled the voice. He sat himself up. Brandon? What's going on? Are you one of the bad brains too? No! He shouted, causing Annabelle and Greta to cringe. Don't lump me in with the same category as them. Then what? Ash shouted, angry at his predicament. Why are you keeping me here? Are you stupid, you brat? Greta spit in his face. We said we were taking you somewhere. She punched Ash in the stomach. He let out a shout, and then fell back towards the wall he was bound to. He took many deep breaths, regaining the air that had been knocked out of him. Greta, cut that out! Annabelle pulled her back by the arm. You shouldn't hurt him, especially when he's defenseless. After what he did to me back there, ruining my reputation, he deserved it. Greta spat back. Besides, who made you my boss? I did, Brandon yelled. After you completely ruined your last mission, I demoted you. Annabelle now has rank over your actions, and you'll be expected to listen to her commands. It was all Tucker's fault, Greta exclaimed. He's the one who made the entire plan, stupid! Brandon narrowed his gaze. I've handled Tucker already. He's even lower than you are. Right now, Annabelle is the second highest ranking frontier brain. I am the first. But she didn't even do anything! Greta shouted again, adding an oish. She helped this twerp and his pals ruin Tucker's operation! And in that, she was acting as I would have. Brendan huffed. I would have torn down that entire plan myself if I had to. I'm glad I have reliable subordinates like Annabelle so I don't have to do everything. Greta growled at Brandon, then shot a sharp gaze at Annabelle. She then looked back at Ash, sneering. We'll both get our chance to spend time alone with you, Mashy, she mocked. I hope you're ready for our alone time. With that, she kicked his knee out from under him, causing him to plummet to the floor. Annabelle kneeled down to Ash's side and helped him back up. His teeth were grit as he looked up to Brandon. I still don't understand. Why am I here? The benefactor, the one who funds the battle frontier, has been watching all of your battles, young man, Brandon said. He's very impressed and wants to meet you in person. But why? Ash still searched for answers. Brandon then looked to Annabelle. I'll explain to him when you leave the room. I wish to have my alone time with him. Annabelle shot a worried glance at Ash, but she sighed and stood up. Yes, sir, she said, bowing to Brandon. Ash turned his head and watched her leave the room. The bright light from the hall shined into the dark room for but a moment before the door closed, cutting it off again. Brandon stepped closer to him before sitting down. You're in a fine mess, young man. I don't understand, Brandon, Ash sighed. Why are you mixed up with Team Rocket and people trying to steal stuff? I thought you were better than that. We all have our reasons, young man, Brandon stated. But I want to get you acquainted with your situation. He stood back up and approached the monitor. Everything I tell you is truthful. It is beneath me to lie to you, young man. You may find the truth, however, very dissatisfying. He pressed a button next to the wall of monitors. They turned on, displaying a huge map of the Sevii Islands. A black triangle was slowly moving south over the seas towards another island. We're currently en route to 5 Island, where the battle fortress is. How did I get here? He asked the Pyramid King. I incapacitated you non-violently with a sleeping gas, he said. Simple word. Why did you do it, though, Brandon? I thought you'd be above that. Brandon crossed his arms and looked Ash in the eye. Archaeology doesn't pay the bills, young man. I'm doing it for the money, but only so I can continue to search for the world for ruins. I'm very close to making my own dream come true. Ash blinked. Your own dream? What's that? None of your business, Brandon shut him down. I need to explain another reality of the situation. Ash gulped as Brandon backed away from the screen. I'm sure you're wondering where your Pokemon are, he said. I can tell you. He pressed a button on an unseen remote, and the screen changed from a map of the Sevii Islands to a live feed of a chamber elsewhere in the pyramid. Thrashing wildly against his restraints was Ash's fire and flying type Pokemon. His mouth was held shut by a metal hoop, and his arms, legs, wings, and tail were similarly restrained. The flame Pokemon struggled against the restraints with vigor as Ash watched. Charizard! The Pallet Youth called out. He leapt forward, but his bound arms kept him to the wall. He struggled against the binds, grunting his Pokemon's name. Finally, he dropped back and looked up to Brandon. What are you doing? Let Charizard go! Impossible, Brandon said. If we let that Pokemon go, who knows what kind of damage it would cause. Rather, I want to keep it with you. I want to keep it with you, since you will need a Pokemon when we arrive. But where's Pikachu? And May! You better not have hurt them! Ash's temper flourished. Relax, he said. Your Pikachu and your friends are fine. The only ones taken were you and Charizard. You better not be hurting Charizard, Ash grunted. Well, if you hadn't dropped its Pokeball, we would have simply locked him away in there. However, I didn't notice that you had dropped all of your Pokeballs when I picked you up. So I don't have any of my Pokemon? Only Charizard. Brandon nodded. That is correct. Is there anything else you'd like to know for now? We should reach the island by tomorrow morning. Why me? He asked. Why am I important enough to kidnaps just so this benefactor could see me? You're an exceptional trainer, Ash, he said, turning away from him. You are the first in a very long time to defeat the 7 Frontier Brains. Although he'd have liked to meet your Pikachu as well. He will settle for you alone. Ash tried to process the information, but it was just too much for him. I'm so confused, Brandon. Let it sink in, Brandon replied. You'll understand eventually. With that, Brandon left the room. So he isn't corrupt, and then you say, "Oh wait, so he is still corrupt, but not like dark corrupt, just between a rock and a D and a hard place." Oh my gosh. He's doing something. With that, Brandon left the room. The screens changed back to the pale blue color they had before Brandon changed them the first time. Ash leaned back against the wall, his arms still suspended. Man, this is nuts, he said. I hope Pikachu and May are all right. The door to his room flew open. Greta's green eyes were glowing as she re-entered. Surprised to see me, Ashy? She asked, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Ash swallowed the saliva that had built in his mouth. What do you want, Greta? He asked. Oh, are you afraid now, boy? Stepped close to him. You better be. You're in my hands now. Oish! Ash pulled himself as flat against the wall as he could, but Greta only smiled at him as he was unable to get away. You're mine now, Ash. She thrust her arm out, catching his neck with her palm. With a sadistic look on her face, she began squeezing Ash's throat. The boy gagged and coughed, and began kicking at the arena tycoon with his free legs, but only managed to allow Greta to knock him to the ground. Now, Ash, she said, smiling at him. I'll let you go under 2 conditions. With that, she released his throat and allowed him to breathe. What conditions? He asked. First off, denounce May, she said. Call her useless, horrible, a tramp, bimbo, whatever the worst thing you'd call her is. Say that she's a worthless bitch, and I'll never hurt you again. Ash recoiled at the words she had spoken. What did May do to you? He gasped. What makes you think I'd say things like that about her? She beat me! Greta stomped. I can understand you, since you beat me before, but that girl's only a Pokemon coordinator. She takes them to beauty pageants, for God's sake! I do not lose to prissy girls like that. Well, then you don't know May, Ash shouted. She's much more than just a coordinator. She's also a much better person than you'll ever be. She doesn't turn her friends, and she doesn't hurt anyone who is helpless. Ash then changed his frown to a smirk. Besides, May's much prettier than you. Greta brought her fist into Ash's mouth. The boy's face was knocked to the side, and he could taste the blood mixed in with the saliva. He looked back up at Greta, holding the hand she punched him with, her face showing signs of pain. What's wrong? Ash asked, spitting the blood from his lip. Does the truth hurt? Snarling, Greta stormed out of the room. You'll get yours, brat, she shouted as the door opened and shut behind her. Ash ran his tongue along his teeth to make sure none were knocked loose. Nope, he said, grinning to himself. All still in place. He smacked his lips, though, tasting the blood in his mouth. The trainer sat back against the wall, his arms still attached. His thoughts drifted to Pikachu and May. I wonder what they're doing, he spoke to himself. I hope they're okay. They're probably really worried about me. He began looking around the small, dark room. There's gotta be a way for me to get out of here. He strained his eyes in the dark. There was nothing close by he could use to aid in any escape attempts. He pulled on the chains that restrained his arms, and noted that they only went a short distance before running out of slack. A foot, maybe 2, was all he had to work with. If he stood, he could reach his Pokeballs, assuming he had them, but, as Brandon told him, he had none with him. He faintly remembered wearing his pack to the contest battle, but he couldn't feel it on his back, nor could he see it in the room. Ash sighed to himself as the door opened again. Hey, Ash. It was Annabelle who stepped in. Ash turned away from her. What do you want? He huffed. I was ordered to take you from this interrogation room to your holding cell, where you'll be until you reach the island, Annabelle explained. So you're just moving the prisoner? Ash interrupted, huffing some more. I actually wanted to talk to you, Ash, she said. Come on, let's talk as we walk. Annabelle stepped over to the chains that held the boy. She took a key from her pants pocket and opened the locks. Besides, Greta won't know where to find you when I move you. Ash's arms fell down to his sides. He felt his wrists, which the bars had held tightly in place. Thanks, Annabelle, he said, apprehensive. Don't thank me yet, she sighed. From her other pants pocket, she took out a pair of handcuffs. Oh man, the boy sighed. I just got out of something holding me. This will only be until we get to the cell, she said. With that, she slapped one of the cuffs around Ash's left wrist, and the other around her own right. She took Ash's hand and helped the boy to his feet. This way, she said. The two left the room and turned right. The halls were long, forward or back, but they stayed faithful to the pyramid shape they were in. Ash wasn't sure if they were above or below the main arena that he had defeated Brandon in during his last Battle Frontier match. They hadn't walked far when Annabelle turned to another door and pressed the button, which opened it. She led him inside. It was a very small room, all things considered. A bed hung from the wall, and it took up most of the space. Kinda cramped, Ash sighed. I prefer to think of it as cozy, Annabelle giggled. Ash collapsed onto the bed, accidentally pulling Annabelle to the floor next to him. Oh, oops, chuckled. Annabelle giggled as she took the key from her pocket and opened the cuffs. You're a real handful, aren't you? She joked. I guess. You feeling any better? She asked, standing up and slipping the handcuffs into her pocket. A bit. I guess I am hungry, though. You're always hungry, she joked, nudging him to the side, to which Ash winced in pain. She jumped in surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to touch where Greta kicked you. It's fine, Ash said, hiding his pain behind a smile. He stood up. No, it's not. Let me take a look at you. Take off your shirt so I can see where she kicked you to see if you're bruising. Ash blushed and swallowed. No, I'm fine, he laughed uneasily. No need to take off my shirt. Ash, how can I help you if you don't trust me? Annabelle asked, putting her hands on her hips. It's not that I don't trust you. I don't think I should be doing that, especially when May would get really mad if I did. I promise I won't tell. Besides, it's not like I'm gonna ogle you or anything. Just checking for injuries. Sighing, Ash pulled off his sweatshirt, dropped it on the end of the bed. He then pulled off his black shirt, tossed it on top of his sweatshirt. You could feel Annabelle's eyes raking across him, admiring his lithe body. He had to admit, it kind of felt nice having someone look over him, but he still felt uneasy, getting this vulnerable around a girl who wasn't May. Annabelle came closer to him and saw the red spot on his side where Greta had kicked him, as well as the spot on his stomach where she knocked the air out of him. She began looking at his neck, where Greta's handprint was easily visible, but her eyes were pulled to his shoulders. Two thin scars adorned each shoulder and seemed to pull up to the top. There was only one scar in the back, but it was still mirrored across Ash's shoulders. Ash? Annabelle asked, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong with your shoulders? Oh, well, May and I got in trouble. We were falling, and I had Swallow catch us with his talons. Only he gripped a bit too tight and hurt pretty bad. May bandaged me up, though, with her bandana, which is why I got her a new one. Why didn't you tell me that before? Annabelle asked, feeling insulted that Ash hadn't told her anything. He shrugged. It didn't really seem like any of your business since it was between May and me. It wasn't even really important, so that's why I left it out when I told you about what happened in Cerulean. Annabelle grunted, but returned to checking Ash's body. Well, you seem to be alright. You shouldn't bruise. She stood up and dusted herself off. Well, now you wanted something to eat, right? Ash nodded. I wanted that before the little strip search. Annabelle blushed. Well, I'll go fix you a sandwich. I'll be right back. With that, Annabelle pivoted and left the small room. Ash slipped his shirt back on, but left his sweatshirt off. He looked in the corner of the room and saw his green pack looking back at him. He smiled at the familiar sight. He unzipped it and found his clothes still in the bag. He zipped that pocket back up and opened another where he kept his personal things. He felt in and grasped each item. Missy's handkerchief, Ruck's cutlery, Gary's halved Pokeball, May's halved ribbon and her torn bandana, stained with his own blood. He pulled out the last two and thought about May. When he had last seen her, she was in charge of Pikachu. I hope she was able to save him, he wondered to himself. I hope they're both okay. The halved metal on the ribbon flickered in the dim light he had in his confinement. He smiled, remembering her. The way she would talk when she was hungry. The way their stomachs would growl in perfect unison when they got hungry. He also remembered guiltily the way her bathing suit hung on her and how it felt when she laid with him while they slept. He felt his heart beat harder and his face burn. Then he let out a yawn. He shrugged. I think I'll take a nap. I'll eat later. I'm too tired now. He pulled his bag and set it to the head of the bed and leaned on it. And after a yawn, he was asleep. Annabelle then popped her head in, checking on him, and found him dozing. She smiled at the trainer and sat down at his side, sitting the sandwich where his pack was earlier. I wonder if he's dreaming, she thought. She closed the door gently so as to not wake him up, and placed her hands on his head. She opened her eyes and found herself in a field. Ash and May were sitting in the long grass, with Pikachu sitting upon his trainer's head. I missed you, May, he said. Sorry I was gone for so long. You're okay, silly, May laughed. Why would I be angry with my boyfriend? Pika! The Pokemon all laughed. I guess you're right. I'm worried over nothing. I'm glad you're both safe. I don't know what I'd do if either of you were hurt. As long as I'm alive, I'll be by your side, Ash, May said, flutting her eyelashes at him. Ash began scratching his head, prompting May to ask him, Are you okay? He shrugged. I don't know. I guess my head feels a bit funny. Pikachu helped his trainer scratch his head. He pulled the Pokemon off and dropped him in his lap. I'm fine, Pikachu, but thanks. As Ash scratched Pikachu behind the ears, May tugged on his sleeve. The boy turned his head to see May's blushing face. Oh well, Ash, there's no one around. Why don't you give me a kiss? Annabelle felt her heart jump. Sure, Ash said, smiling. Annabelle quickly focused her mind. With a bit of work, she opened her eyes and was inside May. As Ash lowered her face toward hers, she closed her eyes and puckered her lips. She felt Ash's warm, soft lips on her own. She took in a deep gasp of air and pulled Ash closer. Ash, caught by surprise in his own dream, went along for the ride, kissing May back with more fervor. Annabelle opened her eyes and saw that she was waking Ash up, and that the dream field was deteriorating. Even Pikachu had simply disappeared. She quickly stopped her mental probing and left the dream. Embarrassed, Annabelle quickly darted the room and began sobbing. Even in his dreams, I can only hope to be her, she thought, crying. Ash awoke and heard the crying. He wasn't going to ask her anything, so he picked up a sandwich and took a bite. Technically, you lost to Charizard. May attacked Metagross, not Metacham. Both, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe one too many hits on the noggin. I don't know. All right. Now, the moment we all been waiting for. Chapter 26. Ashes to Ashes, Part 2. I mean, I guess via technicality he lost an A, but not really, but I did gay. But, I mean, you know. Who's the real bad guy? Good question. Good question. Guess we'll see, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm doing the right thing. You idiots! The man shrouded in darkness slammed his fist against the desk, causing his lackeys to recoil from the other side of the room. Even with their help, you couldn't steal one Pokemon? Well, you see, the one with long red hair tried to explain. That was just too tough! The small Pokemon cried, throwing himself on the mercies of the man on the screen. Just give us one more chance, boss! The blue-haired man begged. We'll get it this time! The man turned around in his chair. You have one more chance, he sighed. But this time, I want you to report to me directly. The trio swallowed. Directly? Of course. He turned his chair to face them again. So that I may give you your reward. He picked up his coffee mug and held it up to the screen, as if offering it. Or your punishment, he shouted, tossing the cup at the camera. A shattering frightened the trio and caused them to jump backwards. Am I clear? Crystal, the blue-haired man swallowed. Good, the man said. Now get on your way. I'm sick of waiting. I want Pikachu, and this time don't screw it up! The monitor flicked off, and the trio let out a sigh of relief. Do we even know where Pikachu is? The man asked, poking his head out the basket of the balloon. It can't be that hard to find. The Pokemon climbing over his head, looking. The woman pulled a pair of binoculars out and gazed over the wide ocean. A grin then cracked on her face. Get ready, boys, she cackled. I think our ship has come in. Ash awoke in his dark room to his own growling stomach. Oh man, he whined. That sandwich was enough to feed me at all. Would you like some breakfast? Annabelle popped her head through the door, smiling. Ash blinked for a moment, surprised. I guess. Shouldn't you be treating me more like a prisoner and less like I'm a guest? But you are a guest, Ash, Annabelle said, continuing to smile. We're bringing you to that frontier brain. He's a really great guy. I know you'll like him. Ash raised his eyebrows. Where did that praise come from? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just having a really good day, she giggled. Let me go get your breakfast. I'll be right back. With that, she skipped down the hall, whistling to herself. Ash waited for a moment, then quietly crept to the door. He tried turning the knob and found that it was open. He cracked it open and then peeked out the door. There's no one around, he thought. I could try to make an escape. But what about Charizard? I can't escape without him. Ash sighed and then snapped his fingers, smiling. I know! I'll just get Annabelle to show me where Charizard's being kept. Then I'll be able to get out of here. He sat back on his bed and noticed something pink next to him. He smiled as he picked the ribbon he and May won back up. He held it up to the light so he was able to see his reflection in it. He smiled and turned to a frown. I hope she's all right. I haven't seen her since I sent her after Pikachu. I hope she got him back from Team Rocket. Breakfast is here! Annabelle practically saying as she opened the door. I hope you like biscuits and gravy! It'll be fine, thanks, Ash said with a smile before turning to his reflection on the half metal. Annabelle sat next to him, concerned. What's that? Oh, this is half a ribbon that May and I won in a contest battle back in Kanto. Annabelle looked as though a knife had been stuck in her. Ash blinked, then continued. Anyway, I was just looking at it, hoping that she and Pikachu were okay, since I haven't seen them since I was captured. He then folded his arms. And I still don't know why you couldn't just ask everyone if they wanted to come. I guess that's because he wanted to meet you alone, Annabelle said, patting on the back. It's okay. Ash felt a chill run through him under Annabelle's touch. He slid away from the girl a bit and then began eating the food he was given. So it was Giovanni. But what does Giovanni want with a ruby and sapphire? Destroying the network machine. I love that they use that line! Bravo, PK Master! Wait, what line? Wait, what line? Are you talking about our ship has come in? Or which line was that again? I don't know which one it was, but I presume it's that. Also, Frontier Brain. I thought Brandon said they were going to see the benefactor. I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. Good question. Maybe it's two people. Maybe both the benefactor and the Frontier Brain. Two separate folks. Like, this is a big conspiracy after all, right? Yeah, I'm sick of waiting. I want Pikachu, and this time don't screw it up. Oh, that one. Nice. Yeah, PikamasterADV, doing a good job. He does a good job. Also, we get to use this song again. Ash finished up his meal and dropped the plate in Annabelle's lap. Thanks for breakfast, he said, patting his full belly and smiling heartily. No problem, Ash. I'm glad you liked it. He then stood up. I think it'd be a good time for a walk. Why don't we go see my Charizard? I'm sure that he'd like to see me. Annabelle frowned. Your Charizard? I don't think that'd be a good idea. You might be able to get away on that. I won't, trust me, the trainer lied. I just want to see how he's doing. Well, I don't see the harm in it then, Annabelle said, smiling.
Okay, I believe you.
She opened the door, beckoned Ash to follow her. Oh, wait, no, wait. Lost my place. Why don't we go check on Charizard? I know where he is. Ash smiled. His plan working so far. Alright, lead the way. And she did, down the hall. Back past the interrogation room Ash was held in the night before. Or, at least, the night before, from what he could tell. A few more doors down, she opened the door to a staircase. Ash groaned. Isn't there an elevator? Oh, well, maybe, Annabelle said, shrugging, but we can do the stairs. Annabelle led the trainer down one staircase, and then went down another. She opened the door that was in front of them, then took Ash into the large room across the hall. Ash pushed Annabelle out of the way so he could get a better look at his friend. Charizard had fallen asleep through the thrashing, and slept apparently peacefully. He gulped. I hadn't thought this far ahead, he thought. What can I do to free Charizard? Annabelle! The voice of Brandon filled the room. Where are you? Both Ash and Annabelle jumped. Oh, Ash gulped. Where's that coming from? Annabelle fumbled the communicator out of her pocket. I'm here, Brandon, she gulped. Where did that voice come from, Annabelle? Ash asked, still looking around as if trying to protect the sleeping and restrained Pokemon. It was a loudspeaker, she said quickly. She then turned to listening to her communicator. I brought him to visit his Charizard. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Got it. We'll be down in a few moments. Ash gulped. What? What do you mean we'll be down in a few moments? We've just about reached the island, Annabelle said, snapping the communicator closed. I'm gonna bring you down to the bottom floor, and then we'll land on the fortress. On the bottom floor, we'd be able to access the Frontier Brain's room, where he wishes to speak with you. All right, Ash grunted. Darn it! I was about to try my escape, too. Guess I'll have to give it a shot later. Faster! May paddled her hand through the waters. Faster! Pika! The Pokemon tried his best to help. Not die! The water type croaked. He was going as fast as he could. But it was not fast enough. Slow down, Twerpet! James shouted for the balloon that was chasing her. You're only making it harder on yourself! No way! May shouted back. You're not getting Pikachu! If you think you got a chance this time, little girl, Jessie sneered, you're in trouble. And without your Twerfish boyfriend, you may as well make it double. An evil as old as the galaxy. Sent here to fulfill our destiny. And with Meowth, that's me! To denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jessie, James, and Meowth are the names! Anywhere there's peace in the universe, Team Rocket will be there to make everything worse! Ah, the bit. Mime! Can we do this later? May pleaded. I've got a boyfriend to rescue from certain doom. Well, we'll leave you to that, James called. It'll cost you 1 Pikachu. Over my dead body! Shouted May. You'll never get Pikachu from me! Oh yeah? Jessie glared. Is that a challenge? She picked up a mechanical arm from inside the balloon and aimed it at the boat. She launched the extending arm, but missed the boat as Totodile steered to the side, causing the hand to dive into the ocean. Nya, nya. May taunted, sticking her tongue out at the rock as she pulled down on her cheek with a finger, exposing the red under her eye. Jessie growled at the girl. Meow, James, do something! We need to catch Pikachu! All right then. James reached for a Pokeball. Go, Cacnea! In a flash, his green spherical grass type appeared. Cacnea! She announced. Shoot holes in that Twerper special with Pin Missile! Cacnea aimed her arms down and launched the needles from her arms at May's tiny ship. Pikachu, knock him back with Thunderbolt! May fired back. Pikachu leapt up into the air and shot a bolt of electricity at Cacnea. The energy shot through the needles, knocking them into the ocean. The bolt struck Cacnea and knocked her back into James's arms. The Pokemon cried and gave James a thorny hug. Come on! Jessie shouted. One Twerp can't be this tough! She fired her arm again, and this time grappled Pikachu. No, you don't! May grabbed onto the end of the arm, holding Pikachu still. Not while I'm here, you don't! May struggled to retract the arm, but May pulled it back out while she struggled with Pikachu. I've almost got you! She struggled, moving one of the fingers out of the way. Guys, do something! Jessie squealed. Just gotta get away with it! Meowth pulled out his trusty bazooka from the basket. This blast shell should knock that twipe off her feet! He grinned. He aimed at May's boat and pulled the trigger. The rocket flew from the bazooka and crashed into May's boat with an explosion. The arm retracted. Once it cleared the huge splash made by the explosion, it was clear that the hand had been blown clean off. Oh, look what you did, Meowth! Jessie showed him the blown-off arm. Now what are we supposed to use? I think we have more problems than that, James gulped. The rocket trio all watched intently as the haze created by Meowth's blast disappeared. The back half of the boat was missing, but the front was still floating, although it was quickly sinking. The rope that had been attached to Totodile was severed, and there was no sign of May, Totodile, or Pikachu. Guys? James gulped, quickly becoming frightened. I think we made a boo-boo. Giovanna says that to Chew before Double Trouble song. There's no way he thinks he's gonna be able to outsmart a psychic. Listen! He has to try, right? It's either that or he just consigns himself to just being their prisoner, you know? Exactly, right? But yeah, surely she would catch on. But also, I guess she didn't even really need to read his mind because, I mean, he didn't, like, by his own admission, he didn't think that far ahead. So, you know. You could say this time they screwed it up! I was wondering why that wasn't playing. He didn't think that far ahead anyway. So yeah, you know what? That's fine. You'll see yourself out. No, stay in. We still got to read the rest of the chapter, which I think we're getting quite close.
Boo! You stink!
Thank you, Aiden. Thank you. Oh, it's directed at yourself. Oh, okay. Then, you're welcome, I guess. I don't know. Ash held his head in his hands as he followed behind Annabelle and Brandon. They had left through a hatch on the bottom of the battle pyramid and directly entered the building that it had landed on. Where's Greta? Ash asked, still annoyed that his escape attempt had been foiled by their arrival. She's on assignment. She's on an assignment, Annabelle answered. That's no fun, and Ash huffed. And how am I supposed to have a good battle against this brain if I only got one Pokemon? You should probably talk to him about that, Brandon stated plainly, his arms still crossed. Ash groaned again. Did you guys know anything? He asked, getting impatient. gonna get back to May and the others soon. Annabelle giggled as they stopped in front of the large door. I know that we're here. We are? Ash jumped. He stepped out from between the brains who guided them to the large metal double doors. He pushed against them for a moment, and they glided open. They bumped slightly against the doorstops in the room, but their light weight and construction caused them to make a slamming sound. Ash stopped for a moment while the doors stopped ringing before he entered the room. Are you that frontier brain I was brought to battle? Ash shouted. Indeed I am. A man, sitting in a large chair behind a desk, turned around to face him. Ash grunted at the brief answer and stepped forward. I'm Ash Ketchum from... I know who you are, Ash, the man answered, taking a sip from his mug of what appeared to be coffee. I'll apologize for being short with you. I just received some terrible news that I believe you'll be interested in. Ash raised his eyebrow. What news? He asked, now much calmer than before. Come here so I can see your face, Ash. The man beckoned from the dimly lit part of the room. He nodded uneasily as he stepped further into the room onto an elevated step where the desk the man was sitting on was. Annabelle followed closely, but Brandon hung back. I'm going to get back to my pyramid, he said. And I'm going to go over some hieroglyphs I found recently. The man nodded from the shade. Very well. Good work, Brandon. The Pyramid King nodded and left down the hall. Ash stepped up in front of the desk and got a better look at the man. He wore a suit as black as raven feathers and a white vest underneath. His dark hair was slicked back, and his jaw was prominent. He looked at the trainer and smiled, then sighed and turned to a frown. Ash blinked for a moment. Have I seen this guy somewhere before? He thought. He then shook his head. Impossible, I can't have. He was all the way out here. And yet that familiar feeling still remained. Are you feeling all right? The man asked. He shrugged. I guess. What's your name? The man set down his mug and plainly answered, Call me Evergreen. Okay, Evergreen, Ash said. Now what's this news? Evergreen pressed a button on his desk. A white projector screen rolled down from the ceiling. As I'm sure you've heard, I've been interested in meeting you for a long time, Ash. I've been keeping track of your battles and your progress. You almost sound as bad as Cindy, Ash chuckled. I know about your friend, Evergreen chuckled. As I do about your relationship to the Cerulean gym leader, your companion who works at Oak's lab, and coordinator who's daughter of a gym leader in Hoenn who's very important to you. Ash suddenly became very defensive. What do you know about May? Annabelle held his arm back from pouncing on the man. I knew this would be the sort of reaction that news of this nature would entail, but I feel I must tell you before we begin our discussion. Evergreen moved his hand near a button on his desk. It was covered in buttons, and nearly all had a letter label, at least from what Ash can tell. Evergreen pressed a button, and the projector turned on, showing a video. Perhaps it would be best if you saw it with your own eyes. May! Ash shouted at the screen. There she was, in a boat, paddling quickly through the water. The Pokemon next to her was Pikachu, who was also paddling as fast as his small arms could. Breaking water at a much faster pace was Ash's Totodile, obscured by the waves he was making. The camera zoomed out, and a familiar balloon chased her down. There was no sound, so the entire room was silent as Ash watched the scene play out. He rolled his eyes as Team Rocket began performing their motto, even going as far as to mock their voices. His jaw dropped as Jessie aimed her arm at May, who went for the grapple. He silently cheered when Totodile removed the boat out of the way, and smiled at May's taunt. When Cacnea appeared, Ash knew that Pikachu would take care of it, and it did with a massive thunderbolt. Jessie fired the arm again, and this time grabbed Pikachu. Ash gasped as May struggled against the pull of the device. Come on, May! Ash shouted. Fight him off! Ash's cries were silenced as Meowth fired the rocket. His eyes widened and his mouth ran dry as the splash and explosion filled the screen. He fought back tears and grit his teeth as the explosion cleared, and there was no sign of his beloved or his best friend in the wreckage. Okay, hold on a second. I swear I had another song here. I swear I had another song here. No, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we'll just go silence. I don't know. With a rasp in his voice and fire in his eyes, Ash turned to Evergreen. Is this some kind of sick joke? He shouted, more angry than sad. What are you trying to pull? Evergreen remained calm and solemn. Unfortunately, this is not a joke of any kind, Ash. Those members of Team Rocket, they have killed May and Pikachu. And since May was taking care of your other Pokemon as well as hers, they are also gone. Ash froze at that knowledge. No, he whispered at first. No, that can't be gone! Not May! Not Pikachu! Not Ipom or the others! He grew more and more frantic. The tears began to flow as Ash fell to his knees and began pounding the floor with his fist. They can't be dead! Annabelle remained speechless, covering her mouth at both the movie and the scene Ash was making. I know this is hard for you, so I'm willing to wait for you to come to terms with this, Evergreen said, rising. He walked around, his feet clicking against the ground in the silent room. He put his hand on Ash's shoulder and gave it a comforting squeeze. Take as much time as you need. I'm willing to put off our discussion until you're ready. Ash choked back some tears and nodded. Annabelle, Evergreen spoke to her. Please take Ash to the room he will be staying at during his stay with us. Annabelle nodded and took Ash by the hand. The boy rose, but he was still crying over his loved ones, and simply let Annabelle lead him out the door and down the hall. And that is where we are going to end things off. Ah, this was quite a thing to leave on, wasn't it? Yeah, it's, that happened. Also, has Ash ever seen Giovanni in canon before? Yes, he has, actually. In, Mewtwo Returns, actually. Okay, so just checked. Ash doesn't encounter Giovanni until Unova. No, that is not true. He encountered him in Mewtwo Returns. So in this time period, we wouldn't know who Giovanni is unless they count the meeting in the Mewtwo Returns movie, although that's not canon. Wait, that's not canon? How is that not canon? The movies aren't canon, though? Bullshit! Because movie 9 happened and you can't tell me otherwise! Movie 9 being the advanced shipping movie, by the way. Smile. Okay, maybe they're not canon to the anime, but they are canon to the story. Bear that in mind. In all seriousness, yeah, so this, I mean, also remember, this does technically follow a different continuity, because, I mean, come on, Ash and May are going out for crying out loud. At this point, the timeline has diverged. I mean, it did meld, it did kind of merge a bit with, you know, like, Ash fighting Brandon and all that off screen, and them having that Pokemon contest before where they got the terracotta ribbon and all that. But then it's at this point where the timeline diverges. So, yeah. But yeah. So yes, Mewtwo Returns is canon in this continuity. Actually, yes, it is canon, because they actually did reference the movies earlier in the story. Like, Lucario was brought up, the Jirachi was brought up, the Manaphy was brought up, so all of those movies are considered canon. But yes, Ash would have met Giovanni then because of the Mewtwo Returns movie. Yes. Kind of interesting he wouldn't immediately recognize him, though. Yeah, the plot does thicken. It does thicken. But yeah, so that's quite the cliffhanger to end on, isn't it? Oh boy. So, what do you think? Aren't you enjoying this? Are you not entertained? It's so good. It's oh man. But yeah. So May has apparently been blown up. So status of Pikachu, May, and Totodile unknown. Well, Ash, find out who Evergreen really is and find what he's after. Are May, Pikachu, and Totodile okay? Find out next time on the next episode of May's Crush Final Frontier. Yeah, that's right. So unfortunately, it does look like there may be a little bit of time before we start chapter 27, because I do actually want to do some Xenoblade streaming tomorrow. So we can continue that story at least. But I don't know, we'll see if I can get this soon. We'll see, we'll see. Yes, you absolutely are entertained. This is fire, you can't wait for this. Oh yeah, I'm excited. Woohoo! Honestly, I'm super glad that we got to end this on this cliffhanger. I feel like this was actually a really great way to end it, because this is one of the largest bombshells of the story, which I mean no pun intended, of course. You're loving this, except for the lovey-dovey stuff, because that just depresses you, but the action stuff is lit. Oh boy, wow. No boy, do I have stuff for you, because there will be more action coming up, and well, the plot will, let's say, it'll thicken quite a bit, even more. Especially with the music in the background. Heck yeah! I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you agree. But until next time, I'm gonna let everyone go. Not gonna raid out again because, one, I'm very hungry and I really just want to go eat something. And it's also quite late too, so I mean, I don't want to stay in here longer than I need to. But I hope to see everyone next time. As we see if Ash, or if Pikachu, May, and Totodile are actually okay. Although, I am going to say though, I think it might be more important that Ash knows that, or that Ash thinks that they're dead, which he does have that impression. So, what's gonna happen next? Find out next time. Take care, everybody. You have a good rest of your night too, Aiden. Bye-bye.